Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold? Or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation. The music just sets the tone. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday stream. It is day 33 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Season 3 of Eberron, Oracle of War, The Dogs of War. This is Parliament of Gears, and it is Part 4 of Parliament of Gears as we continue to move forward in this long-running and epic campaign where the players have already reached level 8 and moving on the way up. Very exciting. And I hope everyone enjoyed that new video, which has been updated to incorporate the amazing Brandon O'Brien and Rowan Shallow. Again, thank you to Peripheral Mike, who is responsible for doing the video. Mike has added that section, I think, beautifully. I added a little bit of an extra clip of audio, and I hope that is proper, so we will see. The roster is complete. That's right. The roster is back to what it should be, or at least what I envisioned that it would be at the very beginning, so I was happy about that. So very cool, and I'm very glad that it was done, so thank you again to Peripheral Mike for being awesome and for putting this together and having that video look good. Before we get any further, a couple of quick reminders about how to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, our Discord with !ArvCord. Twitter with !ARV tweets. Please sub and join and follow at all those places. Thank you for all those who have done that. I've seen the numbers go up on the YouTube subs as well as the Discord. We've gotten a few more people in Discord and some more followers on Twitter. So thank you, everybody. Please continue to do that as we continue to build our community. And if you haven't already done so, please check out the website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ARV Shop is the merchandise area. If you liked that group shot that you saw at the end of all the Infinity and Beyond current players in Eberron, I should say that there is a chance, he said, that as we rebuild that merchandise area, that may be one of the new shirts that is available, one of the new bits of swag. My vision for this is the picture of the group shot with my logo somewhere up in the top corner of the shirt, and then on the back, a line saying, "This is the best bad idea we've ever had." I just that's my vision, and I hope that we can actually make it happen. So we'll see. But of course, there'll be other stuff up there representing other campaigns as well, and all that will support the channel. But please pardon our mess while it's still under construction. So that's what we've got going on with that. I'd be so excited for that, Arudinel. It'd be awesome. I can't wait. Just walking around cons and have people be like, "What is that referring to?" I'm like, "I'm glad you asked." Anyway, so there's that. !ARV Treon. I do want to thank another patron who has supported me quite a bit over the years, has jumped back on board with a $25 support. And so we are back up to $216 per month, which is lovely. If we can keep that number going up, I would love to be able to reintroduce a talisman tournament and an Arvanaut Idol contest, which would be our fourth one, I think, and all that stuff. So please consider jumping on board. That cool stuff for you and the channel. You can also get inspirations to help our players. You can do that as well by subbing to the channel at a high enough tier. I should note, by the way, I have not had the chance yet to redo inspirations, so inspirations may be slightly out of date. We'll work around it if need be today, and then it'll definitely be finished by the end of the weekend. So for the rest of the streams, you should have inspirations ready to go for all of you. That's what we've got with that. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Greyshade for my Greyshade novel. Greyshade came out last year, of course, from Athos Arts. If you want the sequel, Renegade, that is coming out later this year. Heretic concludes the Grey Assassin trilogy. That'll be out next year. The audiobook by Tren Sparks is just about here. It is in good shape. We have made serious progress on it, and so that is definitely going to be out later this year and not too long from now. And of course, the tabletop role-playing game from one Brandon O'Brien is also going to be here later this year. That will be released, of course, by Alligator Alley Entertainment. You can pre-order all of those except for Greyshade, the novel, which you can order right now over at that link, !Greyshade. Last, but certainly not least, well, actually, I'll save this to the end. I want to talk about the Klein at the very end. !BLM, as always, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. And we send the message that we will stand not only with them, but with others who are in similar situations in the future. Now, one quick note that I want to make here is about !Klein, Klein. I have been pushing this quite a bit because this is our big event that is coming up as the kickoff event for ArvCon 2023. It is right here. And again, I have a flyer, a digital flyer, which I'd be happy to distribute to anyone who wants to distribute it either digitally or physically. Again, you can get tickets for this event, which will be happening Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern. Physical tickets, so you can actually come to the Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut for that event. Would love to see anyone who's capable of traveling to make that. Otherwise, the virtual event is also a $5 ticket, and you can get that as well. So this flyer works for all of it, and you can check that out and distribute this flyer so that people can check out the event and join no matter where they may be. All this to benefit the Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, and most importantly, to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, which is, again, our charity of choice for this year's ArvCon. Scheduling-wise, we've got Eberron coming up tonight. Tomorrow, we'll be off. On Monday night, we have our first bag of giving event of March. Well, actually, our only bag of giving event of March, which is Mutants and Masterminds. You'll definitely want to make sure that you check that out. And then on Tuesday, we have got the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream with the amazing Tari Toons. We start a new book in this one, Midnight Rogue, and then we will be playing, sponsored by Pegasus Spiele, Talisman Adventures over on GOG.com's Twitch channel. So that's what we've got going on with that. Last point, during our break today, we're going to run till 11 p.m., so we're going to stop at about 9:15 p.m. Eastern. And during our break, we are going to, I guess between 8:15 or 9:15 and 9:30, during our break, I am going to announce officially the players for that Klein Memorial Auditorium ArvCon kickoff event. Again, I only know 4 of the players. The 5th player is going to be a high school student who wins an essay contest from the essays which have been distributed to the Bridgeport Public Schools. I don't know who that's going to be yet because they have not yet submitted them, obviously, because we just distributed them. So that's going to be coming on later on. But the event, otherwise, we're going to have 4 players on stage playing, and I am very excited about that. And you will have a chance to hear who they are later on today. With all of that said, I am now going to unmute myself so the folks know that we are ready to go. And then I am going to unmute them, of course, apologizing for anyone that I accidentally interrupted because I couldn't hear them.
So the spoiler for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Right, yeah.
I see. And to reveal this, I do want to note, by the way, you may notice that the overlay is slightly different, and that's because not only do we have Peripheral Mike doing the amazing video work, but also Shadowed Mage has adjusted the overlays so that we now have full names of characters and player names underneath them so that everyone can see both of what they are. And I know the players have asked for that for a little while, and I finally was able to do it thanks to Shadowed Mage. So thank you, Shadowed. I'm going to be rolling this out for all the overlays because it also makes it easier for me to set up and prep. So
remember who we are.
More. Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise I'm like, who is that?
Hey, at least he's remember who I am. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the real key. But anyway, it is a pleasure to see all of the Infinity and Beyond crew, with one exception. Marie Bilodeau is not joining us today, is not quite well enough yet to do it, but will be well enough. She has assured us by the next session. She is feeling much better. So she sends her love and good wishes to all of you, and we will have Marie back with us, assuming that the party doesn't wipe itself out in this session, which I'm sure won't happen. Then we'll have...
Hi, Marie, roll your new character.
We'll have... Yeah, exactly. Marie will be the only one somehow who will have survived. Marimay will
I could probably, I've done enough rogues, I could probably get her out of there alive. You might be the sole survivor.
I had to get her out. It's an entirely new Eberron last. It's just go run in a
At this point, though, pursuant to the conversation that we were having off screen while Greg was setting up, which is worse? Marie coming back to the game to learn that we're all dead, or coming back to learn that we've all joined the bad guys?
Exactly. What do you mean, Lord of the Citadel? You're like, listen, Lord of Blades has better benefits.
The promotion track is amazing.
You get free.
Everybody else wanted a cool metal arm, so we all got one.
You got free cookware.
Nope. The only way Nisiana would join would be if Marimay convinced her.
Mm-hmm.
And since Maria's not here, none of y'all are good enough to
None of you are actually going to get it.
She's got a high charisma.
But you're not.
I know. This is very true.
That's true.
Very true.
But it's my great pleasure to have the IMB crew with us tonight, and I'm going to start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the ziggurat, who, as you can all clearly see, is playing the character Mia Tanton to Kenneth, and is Trendane Sparks. So you can see all of that in one fell swoop. But not just names; they need words to go with the face, to go with the name. So with that said, Tren, give us some words about how life has been for you. Hopefully, in a sentence that makes sense. How's everything been for you, and tell us about the character you're playing.
Well, I'm not an author, so I'm not sure I can do that. How have things been? Well, I finished one audiobook. Hour of the Wolf is finally, my part in it is done, and
the big one.
The big one sent off to Rob so that he can, do whatever he's doing with it. And that the hardest part of that for me is that normally when I finish my stuff, I do all the editing, which I did. But I take like the noise print of the room tone and I remove all of that room noise. And not doing that this time because it's easier if Rob can do all of those adjustments himself with the software that he uses. So I whenever I'm dealing with that, I have to train myself not to do the audio adjustment on my own,
right,
and get it ready for ACX. It's like because there's just this hiss in the back. I'm like, oh god, no, just zip it up and send it.
Yep.
He'll take care of it. It'll be fine. But so that one's done, and then I'm done with, that's a lot of air quotes for that, with Gray Shade, and sent that off to the powers that be for review. And then depending upon the feedback that feeds back from that, if everybody's like, it's wonderful, I love it, and then I'll just do the last of the audio processing to make it fit for
purpose, as they say,
for ACX and Audible, and then figure out what we're going to use as the retail sample, because in the past I have used the encounter with Kagan, Aesel, and Rumor as the retail sample, and we may still do that. I was trying to figure out which 5 minutes best captures that with the new kind of rewrite, and I think it'll still work.
It probably will. I have to say, I'm only gonna, you all know how much admiration I have for Trent's work in this field, but honestly, I've said many times that the first time I heard Trent do the opening of, I recited the prayer of repayment, I had just killed the 100th in the name of the God, I got absolute chills. Like, it's that good. I would love Trent to win an audio award for this. Like, I mean, it's so good, and it really brings a whole new dimension to, my work, something. And I think every author, the first time they have it, all the authors here can tell me if this is true, but I feel like when you hear your work translated into another medium, whether it's somebody reading it or whether it's, I've had the good fortune to see one of my stories turn into a module for a video game, that's just wild. Like, mostly because it just shows the inspiration that they got from your work, and it just adds this extra dimension to it. So you should, all of which is to say, Trent's audiobook is badass, and like, you should listen to it and buy it and tell all your friends.
If you folks wanted to win an Audie, you have to nominate. Get it nominated for an Audie, and then
yes. That's good. When not doing amazing audio work, who are you playing in our session today?
That's a good question.
Yes.
I was going to say it's right there. I don't have to say it. But yes, I am playing Miatanton Tagashaw de Kenneth. Notice it doesn't say Tagashaw in there, but whatever.
Yeah, listen, Shadow already was like doing this over having to fit everything in. It's like,
But yeah, Tagashaw is his last name. DeCanneth means that he's from the House of Cannith, the House of Making. He's a dragon-marked battlesmith with a steel defender named Spanner, which, if you were watching the intro movie, which you should have been watching that intro video, because, oh my God, was that awesome. Oh my God. Oh, there's just, yeah.
I was not so subtly watching to see if people were reacting positively. I was like, I hope that they liked it. So
yeah. We were kind of joking about it in the green room. It was like, Nisiana, the Heart, Rowan, the other guy,
the newbie.
Yeah.
Rowan, the new guy.
Right. Yeah. But anyway, that's who I'm playing. And we're probably going to go up to, right, she's not here, so we probably get to.
That's right. So we get to go over to said new guy, and that, of course, is Brandon O'Brien. Brandon, it's good to see you. And I'm not putting you on the spot. If you hate it, you can feel free to say so. But I hope that fit well enough with what you imagined for Rowan and his introduction. And tell us about you and about the character and how you felt about your new intro, so to speak.
I'm very glad to see that finally I am a part of the crew now.
With a group shot too.
Yeah, it's really cool. As Chen was joking, like, we were trying to figure out what am I? I didn't tell Greg anything about my character. How is this gonna turn out in the heat of the moment? Why didn't Greg ask me anything? And then what you gave me is actually very cool. I probably wouldn't have even thought of it. I'm very grateful that you were so thoughtful in your portrayal of this absolute nerd. So yeah, I look forward to not living up to any of the potential that you have described in that video
You
whatsoever.
can fold. I said, you know,
I mean,
are you
yes,
gonna fold?
yes.
Are you gonna,
You
know?
did give me the out that I could be an absolute coward if I wanted to.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you so
know,
very
look.
much for that.
Right.
But yeah, I will indeed be playing Rowan Shallow, the wild card. I love that so very much. I'm very excited to see what we're gonna do with this large pile of Warforged just hovering right above us in the distance. So yeah, I'm very excited for tonight's session.
And I just thought of this, you know, because what we did the one time was for one of the shirts that we did with one of my other campaigns was we had the group shot, but then we also had each person, I basically had a shirt designed for each of the players' characters that they could read. And I was just thinking about like having it be, you know, so like logo, picture, name, but like the wild card underneath. And I was just like, that'd be pretty sick if you could walk around like, who's that? Well, is that Jennifer Brozek? No, that's the heart. Like, oh, the heart. Okay. Who's that, John? It's like, no, that's the shield. You're like, the shield? I can think of worse things, John. You just walk into a room. I'm the shield. Hi, how are you? You know what I mean?
I'm just annoyed we don't it didn't have personalized T-shirts like your other group.
Well, but this is the thing. Now we have what's set forward. That this is all, you know, when Triffid gets here, Triffid and I are basically putting together that shop. So yes, we are going to do that. I'm excited that's going to happen. But pleasure to have
what I want
Brandon
to see is someone else wearing one of our shirts. There you go.
That's right. That's when you know you've arrived. If you sort of walk along and all of a sudden someone's just like, you know, or they see you and they start doing this thing, like, and it's actually your character. Well, then we're all set. And everyone's always like, what do you do? They're like, which character you choose? I'm like, no, that's why you need a group shot. I can't choose a character. I'm not allowed to do that. I love all of these players collectively. And they're like, don't you play the monsters? I'm like, what am I going to put the Lord of the Blades on the front shirt and be like, haha. No, like I'm rooting for the team. Anyway,
I mean, you are you do control the good NPCs too,
right?
Greg. You can think of one of those.
Thank you. Spoken like another GM who knows the deal. Like it's not just, you know, like, oh, you
just put the map of Eberron on there and I am the GM.
Yeah, right.
Or you could do the Gyno Sphinx.
That's true. Or I could, or right, like, or literally Eberron the dragon, and just be like, I'm that. Go. Like, how arrogant would that be? Anyway, it's a pleasure to have Brandon with us and playing Rowan Shallow. It is also always a pleasure to have Jennifer Brozek with us, who, as you can clearly see, is playing Nisiana de Durasco. But we're going to find out more about Nisiana as Jen understands it. Before I get to that, I should ask how things are going with you, Jen. How's life in the universe with you? And and tell us about your character as well.
Life is going pretty well. And in honor of Marie not being here to tell us about all the lovely, wonderful pastries that her significant other has created, I'm going to tell you about the meal my husband just cooked. Now, he is the cook in the family. So he has sous vide ribs for 28 hours. Then he made with the drippings, he made a demi-glace to put over the ribs as he broiled them and turned them in the oven so they were this lovely thick glaze that is sagey and salty and lovely baby back ribs. So that is what I had for dinner tonight.
Wow.
Homemade. It took almost 30 hours to complete.
During which no one ate. And you just waited for like...
Oh, no, we ate a lot of other things.
Just like leading up to it.
We just celebrated 15 years married.
Oh, congratulations.
Aww.
15 years eloped. Married will be in May. We eloped before we got married.
Congratulations.
There's a whole story in that, but for another time.
Yeah, congratulations.
After that much time cooking, I imagine you could just take a rib and just...
Oh, yeah, the bones you just sort of peel the bones out.
It's like
a little nice bark on the meat. It was very good.
Yep.
In fact, when we have our break, I will have a little bit more because there's
why not?
It's delicious. Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me. I have to go
let's see. I'm playing Nisiana de Durasco, adopted sister to Mary May Hawksmoor, who is going to be Jaegered by John again tonight. She says she is feeling much better, but it is best that she continues to rest and not have the screen time. And right now, I can tell you right now, Nisiana pretty much hates every idea we have involving storming the castle to go rescue the people, but she's probably going to be overruled because I can't think of anything else
right
now.
That was one of the funny highlights of last session was Nisiana being like, that's terrible, and then be like, well, what other options? And then Nisiana just, I think, swearing and being like, well, crap, I don't know. Like, I'm not supposed to have a good idea, right? It's just,
it's not a good idea. It is, but it is unfortunately. I want to go the invisibility route. I just don't want to.
I am excited to hear how the party decides. It will be fun to see it. Always a pleasure to have Jen with us, and also a pleasure, of course, to have, last but certainly not least, one Mr. John Helfers with us, who, as you can see, is the only one named star in the crew, with just, Alarian. Later on, we're going to find out, like, that'll be one of the reveals around, like, part 15, like, Alarian, Starforge, Walker of the Flame, blah, 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 blah. Like,
don't be offended by that, Spanner. I know you have one name, too. It's fine.
That's fair.
All
the
cool kids.
That's true.
All the cool kids.
That's
right.
All the mechanical cool kids, or mechanically connected anyway. How's life with you, John? How are you feeling about stuff? And yes, please tell us about your character as well.
It is good. One thing that Trent forgot to mention, Trent, is that he recently did a podcast interview about BattleTech recording in general, audiobooks, narration stuff, and he should put up a link in the thingy in the chat so people can go and listen to it. I've heard good things about it. Yeah,
I should probably do that. Yeah,
probably should. Peek behind the curtain, as it were. I'm doing good. I hope everyone here is well. Welcome to March. Days are ticking closer to, because it's everything my work is talking about. The launch of the BattleTech Kickstarter. Now that I heavily slipped BattleTech in there in the first place. That we're doing live at Adepticon in Schaumburg, Illinois, at the end of the month. It's going to be pretty crazy. We've never done one of these kind of things live before, so that's going to be very interesting. Adepticon's very excited. We're very excited. A lot of people, 11,000 people who signed up early for get notifications on the Kickstarter are very excited, so it's pretty cool. So that's taken up a lot of my time. But I carved out time to be here because we're all going to die. I guess Alarian's going to lead the way. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Because those who are about to die salute you. But
yes.
I guess that
actually, you know what? Rowan and Maramay probably are the ones who are going to get out of here alive. So, yeah, I don't know. We don't have a decent plan. I'm not sure how we're going to do this. We're supposed to be finding lost people, captives.
In a floating fortress. I don't see the problem.
Hey, it's landed. First of all, it's not floating anymore. It has come down and landed. So that's one issue we don't have to worry about.
Quite right.
You just walk up to the front door. Anyways, I'm playing Alarian. Yes, as I mentioned, the Starforged, Warforged Aegis. A whole bunch of specialty classes, which I'm having a blast doing. Been a lot of fun. And this team is great, and hopefully we'll all live through the night. So without further ado, I think we should probably get moving.
I agree. And thank you, John. Always a pleasure. And yeah, you can see that link that's in there as well, Trent. Welcome, Coven, and welcome to all. Please spread the word about the show, and let's get rolling. I'm going to fire up a little bit of music for this. Let's see. I guess for this one, maybe we want something like, let's go with some Lonesome West here, I think. Okay. In our last session, the King's Citadel has proceeded into the Gray in an effort to find, as has been previously stated, captives which have been taken as part of a series of raids against border towns by a group of rogue Warforged. The assumption is that these Warforged are working under the protection and under the orders of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, a Warforged commander who is kind of legendary in the Mornland, as some people didn't even believe that he existed. Once they discovered that this creature existed, then the question was, what does he mean? And clearly it is not anything good to the races of Eberron, the cultures of Eberron that once controlled Warforged generally. As a consequence, the Lord of Blades is there, and all that, of course, is set against the backdrop of the ever-increasing likelihood of war between Brayland and Thrain, despite the Citadel's best attempts to ward it off, and they have definitely slowed it down, let's be clear. This war would have happened a lot earlier if not for the actions of the Citadel, but needs must, and regardless of the circumstances of the Citadel directly, there are forces outside that are moving pieces around the board, and the question is, can the Citadel stop those pieces from moving far enough to trigger another war that none of them, and clearly their commanders like Hilar Brasal and company, would want? That said, they have to be prepared for it at the very least, and so the floating fortresses and airships seem to be a common theme. There is one currently floating, in fact, right outside the settlement of Salvation, salvation. And it was from that place that they were given their orders to head into the Grey to try to track down these prisoners who had been kidnapped by the Lord of Blades, in part because while this is happening, it is weakening Breland against a potential Thrannish attack. Beyond that, of course, the party has other reasons to do this. There is the possibility that Solring Moranen, a theoretical maker of the Oracle of War, may actually have been one of the captives that was taken, or at least one of the captives might have information about where Solring could be found. And obviously the party really wants to find Solring so they can find out what the hell the Oracle of War is and how it was made and what do they do to either shut the damn thing off or control it or destroy it or do something with it. And the only way they can find all of this out is by tracking this down in the Grey. And so the party had in its last session an encounter with a series of living spells, would be the best way to describe it, that were trying to destroy what was left of an already dead Warforged, being protected by a wind elemental called Whoosh, basically. Which is the way that the sound of the name is, a very childlike kind of elemental, was defending his friend because he said this friend had released him from the interior of this enormous metal home where this metal boss, as the elemental refers to it, and his troops were traveling around the Mournland, having captured a bunch of captives and stuff like that. And he was freed by this Warforged, and for his trouble, the Warforged was put to death, and put to death in a terrible way by being dismembered, basically while still alive in a very painful way, and then having I believe it was a gear jammed into the forehead of the Warforged. That was clearly a message, and it was done by something with incredible cruelty, and the elemental confirmed that in fact the metal boss, as he calls him, is very, very cruel. So he's the commander of this lovely group, and it was the elemental that was able to lead the King's Citadel through more of the Grey until they were able to track down. Hold on a second. First of all, 45 months to strengthen your party. Thank you, Waymond Wolf. Thank you so much for the 45 months of support. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. So they found themselves looking at this, and let's bring this over to the map version. Again, you can also see that the map version has also been redone by one Mr. Shadowed Mage, and I think came out looking very, very good. Again, you get the character names on the bottom, player names on the top, so you can see who everybody is. And they are looking at what is essentially a floating fortress. And as they're sort of watching this thing, it was not supposed to be a floating fortress, or at least it never was intended to be that originally. And they knew that because none other than House Kenneth was responsible for having built things like this. In fact, Tanton knows this particular one, or remembers having seen this particular one before. It was something called the Conclave, but it looks a lot different now than it used to, because they were designed to take Warforged to the front of the last war. This one is able to literally settle down onto the ground and then transform, as the King's Citadel watched it do, into a standing fortress with an outer perimeter fence. And so this is what the party is looking at. And it was just at that moment that I had mentioned the big reveal of, guess what? You've seen this before, and you know that your house has built it, that we ended up ending our session. And so as I hand things back over to the players, somewhere inside that, if your information is correct, are the captives, and also the many Warforged that are theoretically protecting it. And so I'm going to hand things back over to the party. Oh, last point. Many ideas were come up with in terms of how to get into this thing. All of them, according to Nisiana, bad ones. We will see which bad idea they go with as we go forward. So with that said, I will hand this over to the party. What would you like to do?
Okay, cool. Right.
Hilda says bad idea 1, please. Could I have bad idea number 1?
The two ideas were, I can't believe I'm going to say this. All of us, except for Illyrian, go invisible, because Nisiana, for one time only, can go invisible, And Mary May can make 3 people invisible. And we try to sneak in, and if we get caught, Ilarion can bluff, sort of, maybe. And the other bad idea, which I think is even worse, is Mary May makes me, Rowan, and herself invisible, while Ilarion puts me a Tantan on a leash and hauls him up to the Warforge and basically says, I want to join you guys. And by the way, here's my mechanic.
Finally, someone has brought us the mighty Chewbacca. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, and I'm just like, this is all bad. This is bad.
Oh, keep in mind, my bluff, if you guys are all invisible, will still be I've come to join Lord of Blades anyways. So that's going to happen regardless. Out of gameplay, Jen, you've seen my character.
Yeah, I know.
They don't sneak.
I know. That's why I think
So
all of this is bad.
It's actually wiser, although you're going to hate this even more, for a third option that you're going to hate even more.
Ooh.
Listen to this.
No.
The wiser decision would be to have all the invisible people go wherever you're.
Were you doing it?
Yeah. Hey, I recognize that reference. Anyways,
wow.
have you guys go find whatever way you want to find in as invisible people, and me go up to the front gate and say, hey, I want to join the Lord of Blades, because that's what makes the most sense for Ilarion to do anyways. Rather than try to, quote unquote, sneak around with a bunch of visible people, because if I get caught sneaking around, it's going to look not good. Whereas, as
I turned to Rowan. Rowan,
Yes.
based on what little I know about you, you're good at getting in and out of uncomfortable situations. What do you think about these ideas?
I think, first of all, at some point you need to commit a first draft to paper or you have no plan. And second, I think if any out of the 5 of us can take a punch from a Warforged, it would be the Warforged. I was under the assumption that regardless of how we direct this actual strategy, the end goal is we are walking silently behind Ilarion, and when Ilarion stops to say, hi, do you have any recruitment forms? We're already walking into the thing. However that happens, I am fine with whatever decision, but I would like to think that we last longer not getting in a confrontation if Ilarion can arrive with an option that they will never say no to. And I'd like to think that Warforged, being Warforged, need people to grease their wheels on a regular basis. And don't have a lot of people who have technical acumen, the likes of which you already know Mia Tanton has. Also, I don't know anything about this entire Lord of Blades business, whether they are fully trusting of every Warforged that they meet. So I'd like Ilarion to have 8 seconds more of talking, so we have 8 seconds more of sneaking. Beyond that, every idea that I've ever seen anyone execute is bad, until you get out of the building.
And Ilarion leans forward to Nisiana. Did that help?
No.
It wasn't supposed to, it was just supposed to be true.
No, but I appreciate your candor. And actually, that's exactly what they say. And none of what you said is incorrect either.
Which is also stupid.
Ultimately, entering this fortress is a suicide mission one way or the other.
And
just how long we want suicide to last.
And you're willing to go along with us to rescue these people that you don't know.
Again, I've been beaten to death before. I want to see what's inside now.
If we could arrange it, there is another option I thought of while observing this place.
Yes, I could build a scale model and show you what it looks like inside.
We don't have time for that.
Oh, well.
And
Oh,
neither do
you
we
know
have
what it
time to
looks
build
like
a large
inside?
wooden badger.
Yes.
How do you know what it looks like
I
inside?
used to work with these things.
Is there an escape hatch?
Well, not exactly. It's designed for getting soldiers into thing.
And if it was ever damaged or on fire, there's no way to get out other than the front? You didn't
Or
build
other.
any other doors into it.
Well, you could probably blow open a wall if you wanted to.
That's not
Wait.
a door.
Isn't this better?
Having only
So-
one entrance and egress? No.
Listen to me here. What you've
Mhm.
just described is the worst possible place to get in a serious accident that would potentially damage all of your Warforged brethren. And they're anchored at the moment. So if we create a big enough commotion at one point of this structure, they're gonna need to leave, won't they?
Well, I should also note that this has clearly been modified. It didn't work quite this way when I worked with it.
Also, they have non-warforged as captives on board.
That
Right,
was one
yes,
of the
this is
reasons
true.
why, yes, my solution to just blow the whole thing up was not something I
Not
was
the
going to recommend.
whole thing, just a large enough portion of the thing that when we get inside, we are just rescuing all of the captives from the thing while they're not looking.
Do you know where the prisoners are inside?
No, that's
Then
why I'm
how do
asking
we
you.
know which part to blow up?
Did you build them with
No, I
areas
didn't
to
build
hold
them. I just worked with one.
Were they built with areas to hold prisoners of war?
Not really. They're troop transports.
If you were to guess using your knowledge of the interior, where would they hold them?
And that would, if we're gonna sneak in invisible, we have to know which way we're going anyway.
There are no galleys because it's designed for hauling warforged, so there's not really like a commissary inside or anything. There is one small room that should be used for minor repairs. Wouldn't put them in there. No. Warforged, for the troop transports, comfort wasn't really a big concern. So the only way that they could have a space where they could put non-Warforged prisoners would be to retrofit a space that would normally be used for holding troops. I don't know where that would be. There are multiple decks inside. It's very, very tall. Let's see, 3 primarily, as I recall. There was the upper, middle, and lower, and that fence thing is one of the biggest alterations. It didn't originally have that, so it was very, very odd. But if there is a space where the prisoners are being held, it could be anywhere inside. Probably the most difficult place to get to for an assailing force.
And Maramé speaks up and says, keep in mind, we only have 1 hour once the spell is cast.
And that presumes...
I mean, I can recast it, obviously, but they only last for an hour at a time.
An hour is good. An hour is a wealth of time for us, for the folks who will be invisible, but I'm not sure about everyone else. 2 questions that might help our planning for this, and I turn to Ilarian. 1, do you sleep standing up?
I can. I typically don't. I actually don't really...
Don't really sleep.
Well,
I always wanted to know that about you, about Warforged. That's very helpful. 2, in the spirit of that question, if this is a troop movement vehicle, then it stands to reason that on a regular basis, Warforged troops are in their quarters for large portions of time, moving from one territory to the next. And if they don't need to sleep, the next obvious question is, do we really believe that any of these people would build entrapments for their prisoners of war that are designed for comfort? Because if not, they're probably just in any of the rooms that were already in this space previously. Probably even the worst of them.
True.
The word comfort and quarters are the two key elements there. There's nothing like that inside. It's not a portable hotel. It is just a vehicle.
With
for-
berths.
Exactly. But the sillier question that I'm asking essentially is, on this troop vessel, where is the worst place to put prisoners of war? Because they're probably there.
Near the center.
That answers our question. Are we ready to go now?
Well,
But which floor? I mean, I'm presuming it'll probably be on. Well, I was going to say first, but if the Warforged troops need to come out of there, they'll probably be on the second, third, which means we have to not only go in, gain access to a
But
stairway, and go up, and heaven, the universe forfend if it is on the third floor, which I would assume would be for the command people. This is we're roughly 3 stories, we think. Is that correct?
You think, although you're still some distance from it. But yes, it's definitely taller than the surrounding perimeter fence. And you can see that there is what looks to be kind of a, for want of a better term, a ledge. And you can see actually from here several pretty business-looking ballistas on the corners. And then inside of those, sort of closer in on the deck, is this is completely covered and metalled over and armored area, which is almost certainly the bridge. In Tantan, I think you would probably know that that's what it used to be. The ship was generally piloted from there. But below that is where you would have the middle and the lower decks, all of it armored. And that's inside this perimeter fence, which extends around it. Incidentally, just because I wanted to, I know it's only been a week, but I do want to remind everyone that you did notice when it settled in, there was this shock of blue energy running along the top of the fence. The fence may well be electrified, and that is yet again something else, which is a new innovation that was not part of House Canneth's original construction.
Great. Elarian turns to Rowan again. One thing I do wish to be made very clear to all of you, because, out of game play, they've seen Elarian quote-unquote rest, but it's not really rest. So if you see a motionless Warforged, unless they're disassembled, don't assume they're not active, because the state I enter is called Sentry's Rest, where I appear to be just motionless. However, I'm not asleep, and I can see and hear everything around me as normal. Activation is simple as just rising to my feet again. So that is how, and we have to spend 6 hours out of every 24 roughly in that state. So that is how Warforged rest. So if you see one sitting there, don't assume it is like powered down or anything like that, because it most certainly is not.
That thing is bigger than 60 feet across.
It is, in fact, closer to 180 feet across if you include the perimeter fence.
So, even if me, Mary May, and Rowan are invisible and stick together and can talk to each other telepathically, there is no guarantee that we'll be able to stay in touch with both of you or either of you.
The range on hers. Well, yeah, because your mission would be to get to the captives. Wow. I go and take in my employment interview. I don't know. So, the other option to try and help us save the odds against us in one way or another was if we could create a large enough distraction that they would send a force of Warforged to investigate, perhaps something with Tantan's talking rocks, but I can't think of anything that would hold their attention long enough. And then how do we get them to notice it's out there when they're in a valley, right? We're in a valley, aren't we?
Yes, you are in a little bit of a valley. That's right. That's not like a huge depression, but like, kind of over a little bit of a hill, and then it's settled in the middle of this massive, plain, basically, within the gray. So, yes.
And second question, since it landed, no one's come out yet, have they?
They haven't, although I do want to ask a question of the party, which is, I'm trying to remember what time of day I told you it was. I think it was heading towards evening.
Whatever is most inconvenient for the bad guys.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. I think
we had been out for most of the day. I think it was. You mentioned, I think you mentioned
evening.
twilight. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
That.
So the reason that I mentioned that is that you cannot see anyone having come out of it. But as I mentioned, there is the sort of electrified, or what probably is electrified fence. Also, there was the other thing I wanted to mention, which is that there was some somewhat indiscernible sound from inside it. Now, the whole thing is so loud settling down that it wasn't like you heard a lot of, fine detail. But you did hear some other distinct sound from inside, a metallic sound. It could have been a whistle or something like that might have indicated something. It was, you didn't get obviously any number of like what the pitch was or how many or whatever, but it did cut through a little bit where you were able to hear that there was some, it could have been a horn or something inside the actual facility, inside the actual vehicle as it was transforming into this, for whatever that's worth. Say again?
Lunchtime.
Yeah, lunchtime. All right, here we go. No, because I'm pretty sure it is dusk at this point, so you're able to see it over
There's
the
your
horizon.
bolts and oil.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we should make a distraction, because as they are now, I won't say that they're complacent, but I will say that they don't have any alertness, no extra alertness
That we're aware of.
that we're aware of, but they will definitely have extra alertness to make a fuss out here. Oh, I can't believe we're gonna sit.
The other, the first option.
Smiling trending.
All right.
I guess me, Rowan, and Mary May go invisible and try to locate the captives and see if we can get them out, while the two of you go into the maw of the Lord of Blades.
Player, the Canton wouldn't mention this, but Tran will.
Okay.
You could also ask. Sorry, I used his full name.
Yeah.
Because it might well know if this is where it was held. It might well know more about what's going on in there than.
That's true. We could also see if he could bring out.
I had completely forgotten about Wig.
That's why.
No, and also there's the Parliament, the secret Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way we could get one of the secret Parliament out here?
In time?
Probably not.
Well, here's the question, and Laren will pose this to the rest of the team. Why have they landed here in the middle of nowhere? What is their purpose to land here? Actually, they'll address that to the wish.
And so you hear, because you still have the mind link up with Marimé translating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Marimé translates back as it says, the metal box stops all the time and then sends out the people within, prisoners, to collect and bring things back. I saw little of this. I was entrapped with others of my kind, but I heard from my friend that they sent out those to gather. He said they were going somewhere, but never said the name.
But they send out at least some of the prisoners. So they send the prisoners, not the Warforged, to collect whatever.
They are guarded.
Of course. But it would be easier to take on some Warforged than potentially all of them. However, we don't know if all the captives are going to go out in the party. Do you know how many captives they had last time you were there?
I cannot say. There were always new ones being added. My friend said the old ones were worked until they died and were then discarded as the box moved on.
Oh, that's brutal.
Cool. I think I've heard enough about this large box and all of the things that are going on inside it.
Well, hold on, Rowan. One more question. You said you were trapped with others of your kind. To power it?
Yes, it is I and my fellows who power this and manage the electrical charges on the outside. It was our job to give it that which made it live. They will not miss the loss of one such as I. I am only young, but if all of my people were freed, it could surely no longer move. We were its engine until we too were stripped of our energy and annihilated.
So, if the opportunity arose to free your brethren, could you do that?
I would convince them. If they were freed, I do not have the power, but if they were freed, I would tell them to fight for you, as you would fight for my friend. You would see this boss and box destroyed, and those imprisoned freed, yes.
Yes.
Then I would convince them to fight with you, but I cannot free them myself. I know where they are, but I will be seen if I go back to the walls.
Crap. Larry turns to Merame. Merame, is there any way you can get a mental image of where these things are? Because I think that's actually the key to us pulling this off, is you three going in, finding that area, and figuring out how to free the elementals.
Except Mia Tantan is the one who knows how to do it.
Smashing and breaking things should work just as well.
Is that right? I'm asking Mia Tantan.
He kind of seems lost. He's sort of staring at the box, and you can see his lips moving. And since Rowan has the observant feat and can read lips, he is going through, arcano-mathematical calculations, just like he's, trying to mentally calculate exactly how much force is going to be required to lift the thing up, where its not control surfaces, but where its controls most likely are and how they operate. And he's in his mode of being kind of lost in his job for a second. But eventually he does realize that he's been addressed and kind of, yes, you could just smash the containers. Though, admittedly, that would be very difficult. They are designed to hold those, and one's significantly more powerful.
The spirits. So is there a way to open it?
There is, but there are...
It's complicated.
Safeguarded gates, basically. It's so that you can put more in without the ones that are in there getting out. Because once they have exhausted their energies. They just, they just need to put more in. So,
Well, then, change of plans. The four of you go and find the control room and free the elementals there.
Is there a lock that can be picked from the outside, or does it have to be managed from a control center?
mostly from, well, it can be done from the control center, but where the engine basically is, there are arcane safeguards, spells that protect those areas. It's not so much designed to keep people out as it is to carry people, and then once it gets to where it's going, it disgorges its payload, Warforged, and then, but it wasn't meant to really be a fortress so much. It should also be noted that if you don't have anything that can break through mithril, you're going to have a very difficult time opening it.
Lightfall.
Because it will have bands protecting it and keeping it shut. There is a brig of sorts, presuming that it's still there, but was not very large. This isn't meant to be a prison transport. So 2, maybe 3 people at the absolute most, and that would be very tight quarters.
So you're saying the technical approach to releasing them would be best? Be attentive.
Presuming that there is no one or nothing on board that can see the invisible, yes.
Fair enough.
Which
Yep.
there wasn't, but there may be now. So
We can't go in. We don't have that information. We're not going to get that information. We have to go in with what we have. Now, the other question, I'm asking this out of gameplay. How long? 10 times her level, so she's got 80 feet. Oh my god. I'm going to assume we're not going to be able to keep the mind link with once we're inside. At some point, it's going to be beyond 80 feet. Besides, he says he can't even be seen by the fence line, so there's no way that's going to happen. So that's an impossibility. In other words, once we free the elemental, since Bush is not going to be there, it'll probably be very much harder to convince them, although Marame will try, and she says, I'll try, because I know you, so, pointing to Wush. And I can hopefully mentally connect with the others and hopefully give them a picture that I've seen you and I know you're alive and pass on a message from you.
Wush just said that he would convince the rest to fight with us.
He has to be there, though. Once we open up the room, we don't know what they're going to do is the problem. And Wush can't be there with us is
Why
the
not?
thing. He said he'd be recognized. He'll be seen. He's a whirling elemental. We can't make you... Are you going to make him invisible?
I would say not.
He can't just can't have a moving dust devil come behind me and just waltz into the box. It's not going to work.
I do have to say, it just occurred to me, though, the idea of just jumping out of a green screen, like every so often you just see like, whoosh, whoosh, like behind you. What is that? Nothing. It's just the gray.
That's why I was hoping that Mary could keep her mind link up. That's not going to work. She's just going to have to convince them if she contact them, and hopefully they don't attack you all right away. And she's able to establish contact and convince them that Wush is here and is our friend. That's the only shot you have of getting them over on your side.
this would be so simple if I still had that bag of holding. You just put the elemental in the bag of holding. It would fit perfectly fine. It can squeeze down through very, very small things, which is one of the reasons why the mithril banding and the spells needs to be so tight to prevent them from being able to get out.
Well, that is not an option we have available. However, I still believe for invisible, I go as the distraction, and that is probably the best way to tackle this. So I put that forward as the plan, and I think that is the way to do it. You four find the engine, release the elementals. In the chaos, either fight with them or send them off to fight. Sorry, and go find the captives and free them and get out. That I think is our best plan for success.
It's the best of the worst plans, yeah.
Yep, the best bad idea we have.
Indeed.
And I will keep the leaders occupied as long as I can.
So are we done outlining, or are we gonna write our first line, friends?
First line is me heading up to the whatever gate this is. I think we're ready to put the plan to action, Rowan, if that's what you're asking.
So yes, that is what the.
However, the one more thing that you're going to say is I suggest we might as well wait for complete nightfall. So that way you guys can get as close to it as possible before casting the spell to maximize its efficiency.
Works for me. Does that mean another short rest then?
How long do we estimate dark is coming on?
Prel, I mean, it's pretty far dusk, and remember the gray always is kind of roughly in this state anyway. But your guess would be about a half hour from now to maybe 45 minutes.
All right, so
pretty
no.
dark at that point.
Yeah.
So probably not.
Cool.
6 creatures at a time. Fantastic. That must communicate only with you or with each other. Okay, speaking telepathically. Help action to aid them in attacking. Okay, even if you are more than 5 feet away from them. Okay.
Short or long rest. Okay. So we have had a short rest.
Yes, we took one last session.
So I, in fact, do have 2 channel divinities left. Not that channel divinity is going to be subtle in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
If the time comes to use it.
Well, I was just thinking
Then?
if a whole bunch of hurt captives, I can channel divinity to them so that all of them come up to half whatever.
Right.
Even if their half is like 3 hit points. And oh, this is gonna be so bad. I have such a bad feeling about this and out of character, but all right.
Let me
Let's
have
go do
you.
my thing.
Let me have you drag your tokens onto here, please. Maybe the bottom right corner, for want of a better place to put it. Oh, sorry. Let me actually do that. Stop. Okay. Right there. What is going on?
Right.
I was chuckling in case you're wondering what that noise was.
I
All
don't know
right.
why it's doing something weird. Roll20 is anyway.
Oh, there
Roll20
I
is
am.
always doing something
Okay.
weird. I think it's partially because this thing is so freaking enormous that.
Oh, I'm
you
on
know.
here many times because. Sorry.
Spanner is a Mechano Chihuahua right now.
Yeah, let me. I have to actually. I'm going to do this. Okay, there we go.
Let me pull the extra
not
meat
that.
off. There.
Disappear. Oh! And
Okay, there we go.
up and drop.
Somehow Marame's inside the wall already. Oh, well, that's
Uh-huh.
convenient. So that's all. So,
Ah.
okay. Let's see. I think everyone's here but Rowan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How do
Rowan
I
is
do
not
that
here and
again?
is on his way back to salvation.
Go to where your character is, grab the name, drag it onto the map.
And it has to be onto the map, the colored part of the map.
Right.
Because when you throw yourself in the white,
Like that.
Wait.
What the hell happened to you?
Maybe. Oh, it's possible that we haven't. Here, I can fix that.
Yeah.
Here, let me go. Wait, let me go back to the other map for just a second.
While you're doing that, Tanton kind of leans over to Alaire. He's like, in case they ask, you were just wandering out in the gray and happened to see the box drop?
I've been looking for them. I have been searching for others of my kind when I heard the Lord of Blades was assembling an army out here. When I saw the device go overhead, I figured it was my best shot.
possible.
Why?
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry?
Why?
I wish to
Why do you
join the
want to
winning
join?
side. I am a Warforged.
Hmm.
Surely the Lord of Blades is eradicating this land of these fleshy bits so that we can reign supreme. Why wouldn't I join this? Obvious.
You seem very different from all the other warforged in there. How do you explain that?
I am different. I am not a warforged of Eberron. It's why it is even more important for me to join your side.
What benefits do you bring?
I bring knowledge. Knowledge of the Oracle of War.
Good.
Brandon, try it again. You should be able to. It should be there now, I think.
Let's see.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Cool.
There you are.
All right.
Mr. Wildcard.
Exactly. Technically, actually, I'm going to move all of you over to the left-hand side, by which I mean the west.
Oh, hey, thanks. Let's leave us there inside the fence. Thanks.
Yeah,
We're good. We're good.
There we go. Yes. So there you are. By the way, so as you were now, just to be clear, I want to make sure I mark everyone's tokens accordingly. So everyone is invisible right now except Alarian through some method or another.
By this close, yes. I'm assuming, party, that's yeah.
Yes.
If we've gotten to this point, yes, you're all invisible except me.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to push that forward.
I'm assuming probably about 50 yards out is when they all disappeared and
Okay.
I started going forward and heard their footsteps around me and yada yada yada.
All right, so we're going to do the whole.
Yeah.
That we've got a little ninja mask thing, so we can make sure that we.
I spent a hit dice as bonus action to become invisible.
Yes, indeed. The gift of the gray, Nisiana. Spanner is also invisible with this or not?
Nope. Banner cannot become invisible because she cannot extend it to him.
So.
Good question.
Are you going to keep him outside, or is he going to accompany me? Because I cannot command him.
Correct.
Problem.
I could tell him to go with you, and he will stay with you, but he won't do anything that you tell him to beyond that.
Doesn't
And
really
if you're
help.
attacked, or if he is attacked, he will defend himself, and then that will end the command to follow you. And he will just stand there until I show up and tell him what to do. Same situation as Nisiana riding him back to salvation.
Mhm. Exactly.
Yep. That would have been something we would have figured out before we got this close.
5 spotlights land on Spanner.
Yeah,
God
exactly.
damn it! No.
I mean, I'm sitting here trying to figure out if those are arcane ballista or
Exactly.
Yes, a Starforged and his dog. Yeah, exactly. So,
A new
Banner
novel
is
for
enough of an
Bethesda.
ally that
I love it, women.
we're back to frickin' Trendane being a pet. Sorry.
well, actually,
being a pet.
well, hold on a second. How high is this fence, Arv?
I was about to talk about that. The fence is 15 feet tall. And
Jesus.
as you get a little closer, you can see what looked odd about it. Now, I mentioned it was electrified, so you do, in fact, see little blue sparks over the top. But you also can see that the outer wall is very rough, and now you know why. Because it appears to be made from crushed armor and metal containers which have been lashed together. There are jagged blades from swords and pikes and axes and other weapons that are embedded into the tops of the walls. So I would ask you to think of an electrified version of the Mad Max compound with the school bus that's armored on the side. You know what I'm talking about in Road Warrior? That looks like that, except way bigger. It is, it's not like lashed together with rope and sealing tape, you can see that it's actually had some work done, but it is very rough and almost looks as if it looks very nasty, like not only touching because of the electrified part, but also because of all the sharp edges everywhere. This is
Well,
very much
also-
the way of saying don't touch.
if the fence is still electrified when it retracts, then it would basically just arc weld everything together into like just a big chunk of armor all the way around.
In fact, it almost looks to you, Tanton, now that you're this close, that it may have been designed to, every time it retracts in some way, to do exactly that, to sort of crush and further, lock the things together. So clearly efficient, but very intimidating looking up close. Hi, Divinorim.
So, well, there's no choice. Mia Tenton has to go with you. Otherwise, you will not be able to free the elementals. So therefore, Spanner must stay outside.
If we had time, I'd have him dig under the fence. He could do that easily enough, but it would take a while. And it would make noise.
True. And if it was discovered, they would all be on alert anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, funny part is there's this bush here that, I said, there's this bush here, right there.
Which would have been vaporized when that fence exploded.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. If it sweeps out in a wall, never mind. So, have them.
I guess Spanner is not with us.
Now, yeah, Spanner can't be with us. It's not possible. It doesn't work. So we have no Spanner. All right.
Actually, so here's the thing. Is there a way before we get here, for you to have given Spanner a series of commands based on time?
Like a time release command?
Yes. I.e., if we have not been seen or you have not talked to him in 48 hours or 24 hours or something like that, run back to Salvation and present themselves to somebody. And we put a scroll describing what we found and know so far.
Hilar Brissell would probably be the best one for that.
Yeah.
Tied with ribbon around his neck like a big,
Yep.
St. Bernard barrel. Yeah. Again, as long as he wasn't attacked along the way, that would.
At that point, if we haven't been seen for 24 hours, things are bad anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be on his own either way. So, or 36 hours or whatever time you want, but to send information back to Salvation.
That could be done.
Then we should do that. Because we know about this flying fortress. We know why they are taking people. We know what they're doing with it. Description of the fortress. Current location. And something about the Spanner being sent back because he had not been talked to by you specifically.
Dear Hilar, if you're reading this, we're most likely dead.
Well, yeah, no, that's.
Oh, you think I'm kidding? Yeah, I'm not really.
We're dead or captive by the Lord of Blades.
Yep.
So write a quick note and ask him to put that together.
Mm-hmm.
And hope that we're back to Spanner in time before he runs to Salvation.
I think 2 days is plenty. If we'll be either successful captured or dead well before that.
48 hours?
Yeah, that's my thought.
Okay.
So explain this time release part to me again. So the plan is to do what? To send Spanner with a message. At what point? Like he leaves at given time to get back to Salvation? Is that okay?
Basically, he hunkers down where he is to conceal himself.
Right.
And basically tell him, if you don't hear from me in X amount of time, go to Hilar.
You got a book to back Hilar. Okay. And then there's a message that can be concealed within his body, theoretically, or something like that to
tie it to him, tie it to his neck or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because unless you're like, present yourself to Hilar and present this thing. You open your mouth and
Oh God, no, not in his mouth. It's a wood chipper.
or present the message.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you're not sure if he's concealed. This bush is, it's probably enough actually to conceal them if no one looks inside it. It is not particularly overly concealed. That is to say, if someone literally just pushed it aside a bit, metal dog there. I don't know if that matters,
sure.
but I'm just informing you because you're
Well, we actually would have done this further back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we would have done it further
a
back.
little further back.
And
Okay,
the
that's
other
fine.
thing is, if we get out after 48 hours, I can send a message to Bullet. I can use magic.
It's true.
Assuming I have the spoons to do it.
Okay.
But that's a good safeguard. So what we do is not in vain, because I think this is a very dangerous situation.
Make a perception check, everybody, for me, please.
Ugh.
13 from Alarian. A 15 from Nisiana.
It's a good thing that Brandon's character is observant.
Not a great thing. Oh my god.
A 22.
Wow.
Rowan
He doesn't
is-
even have the skill to roll the natural 20.
Rowan is dug into the earth.
No, Rowan is part of the
Amazing.
team, so I believe in him, so he can re-roll that.
Well,
Good
no, because I
perception.
think he rolled a 6, which is not a crit fail. It was the 3 would have been a crit fail, but this is not a disadvantage.
But he's observant, so he gets advantage, right?
Let's read that just to make sure.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So then he could choose the disadvantage to crit fail, and then you could tell him to do it again. That's true. If it is true that's what the observant means.
Yeah.
And a 7 from Tandem. Okay.
Because so just to be sure,
Okay.
one of the features of observant is a +5 bonus to passive wisdom and passive intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. No. So this
Okay,
is not
so
the
there
same way.
all right.
So, I would say based on this, I would say that Nisiana, you probably hear. Was that first one Alarian? Was that John? Is that first
Me.
one?
That
Alarian?
was Alarian.
And
yeah.
the second one is Merime?
Yeah.
Okay. So Nisiana, you might hear this a little bit, but your sister definitely does. Because Merime hears a kind of a and looks up and sees the corner ballista here moving. Now, it is not moving towards you exactly, but as Merime kind of looks, because remember, this is set above the walls, right? So you've got the 15
Right.
feet, and this thing is a little higher. So the ballistas, which are obviously designed, and they're big, to fire outside the walls, you can see are kind of basically pivoting. There is clearly something manning it, and as Merime looks over, Merime can see that probably, although it's a little bit, it's kind of a good distance from where you are, but the ballista over on this side over here is also apparently being manned. So it looks like the 4 ballista, if you're guessing if they're all the same, are now being manned by someone.
Okay.
But again, they're not directing it. It's only shifting like as if something's there, not as if it's moving it towards you and firing or whatever.
All right.
And John,
Uh,
I think if you look at the right underneath the chat window, there's a drop-down box. I think you can switch between Alarian and Merime.
Oh, hey, you're right. I probably will. Yep, there it is. I'll probably forget to do that.
I
so
know- I do
don't
it all the
count on
time.
me to
I
do
do it
it
all the time.
But yeah, okay.
I do it with Spanner, so sometimes I
Yeah.
remember to switch them, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, thank you. I
Mhm.
was unaware of that. All right. Okay, she will mind scan, truth singer, the whole thing is up. The mind link is up. So and she will tell you all. It's like, well, the ballista are armed, manned, ready, warforged, whatever.
Person.
Oh, yeah. Beinged, yes. And Valerian then looks up, having just missed it, I think. Or partially noticed it, says, are we ready? I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, one quick question. What have you decided to do with
Merime can just put it in her purse. It'll be fine. Just
Yes.
squeeze.
what actual thing have you decided?
I mean,
to do with
they can squeeze through areas no bigger than an inch. I mean,
She can't. She literally has her own her bag of holding thing, right?
If you look at an air elemental, it says they can squeeze.
Wait. She has a bag of holding?
No.
But she has a bag.
It's not a bag of holding; it's a bag.
Pretty sure he's not going to be able to just get into a bag.
Yeah,
Squeeze
I need
through
to double.
an area does not mean
is-
condense itself to an
I
area.
was going to say that is mostly a joke because
Okay,
yeah,
that's what I
I
figured.
don't see that.
you can squeeze all of Lake Superior through a keyhole, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd say the bag would not survive that squeezing either.
All right, she's gonna tell it. She's gonna tell it to stay near Spanner, and hopefully, when we come back out, we'll have your brethren with us. Fingers crossed. I have the utmost faith in my friends, and she gives a meaningful glance to Mia Tanton there. He actually worked on these, so he knows how they operate. If anyone can get them out, he can. Do you have any kind of message you want me to give them if we do free them?
When you say that whole business, Whoosh comes over, Alarian, and you have this strange experience.
Actually, this is
Mermaid.
I'm sorry,
the
Mermaid's
Mermaid
doing
talking.
this. Oh, Mermaid.
Yep.
Okay, I take that back. Well, no, actually, I don't. Whoosh then comes over and goes over actually to Alarian and kind of brushes around the side of it and says, "My friend also had faith. You should be careful. If you find them, tell them I was freed. They are likely to forget. I did not forget what it was to be free. Let them know. They will remember." And Alarian, what I think you could only describe as a slight brush, as if a person was putting a hand on a shoulder almost, as if in memory. But it's an elemental, so surely that's not what it was. And then it whirls away again.
Okay, that doesn't help us because Valerian's not going to be with them. But all right, we'll take it. Okay.
Well, I mean, we're saying that to Mermaid. I mean,
Okay,
we're saying that to Mermaid, but the point
but
was...
it
was
brushed me on the shoulder, which is a
Yes.
little odd. But that's
Yes.
okay. Yeah. All right. Mermaid will send that to everyone so everyone knows what the message should be.
May see you as very similar, Alarian, to its
Yeah,
friends.
that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. And actually, when she tells Alarian what it says, they look at it and say, "We will do as much as we can to free your brethren, but I cannot guarantee it that we will be successful. But we will try." And Mermaid will relay that back to it.
Okay. It seems to accept that, and it kind of whirls away closer to, back where Spanner is more or less.
Kind of hunkered down as much as
Directly
a
on
whirling,
Spanner.
Yeah,
Spanner is like, "Ah!"
the brush comes up, the dog is falling in the air.
No, near Spanner.
Yeah,
Getting
as much
sand blasting his beautiful.
I know.
as
Everything works.
give him a nice pebbled exterior. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Time to go.
All
Time
right.
to go.
How do you... So, Alarian is going to be on his own, and the other four are going to be invisible. Right? Alarian is just going on his own to...
Well, so here's the deal. The plan is for me to go to the gate or hail somebody to get someone to come out to let me in because I'm not going to climb the fence. Ideally, when I enter, they'll be able to enter behind me.
Okay.
Right.
One problem with this thing, as you kind of go up to the wall, Alarian, is you don't know where the gate is.
Oh yeah, I'm going to start going around the perimeter. Exactly.
Okay, so show me what direction you're headed.
Yep. And I'm going to take, because I was able to look at it from where we were, which was pseudo elevated. I'm going to start heading in this direction. That way.
Okay. Everyone, please take your tokens and follow Alarian. Follow the leader around here. And just
Follow
keep
the
showing me.
Starforge.
So
Yeah.
far, this all looks exactly the same, more or less. Like swords, pikes,
Right.
axes, things like that.
Right.
But I do want you, as you keep heading up, to make a perception check for me, please, as you're heading up this direction.
Don't forget
And actually,
Mermaid.
all of you, now that I think of it, sorry, you have to move Mermaid as well, John.
Oh,
I'll just move it up this way for the
not
moment.
behind.
All of you, including Merime, can make those perception checks as you're heading along.
There we go. Okay. What?
Wow.
I really
Okay.
think this is such a bad idea.
Okay.
She's eagle-eyed.
But I believe in you, Mia Tanton.
Oh, right.
Please tell
right.
me, is Tanton just staring at the wall? Like
He's looking at the fence,
Right.
and he's like, okay.
Oh, fascinating.
But
Okay.
but apparently I'm believed in. So
Right,
Yeah.
that's true. Well, are you? Is Nisiana believing in you?
yeah,
Yes.
she said.
Yeah.
Oh, she did. Okay.
Oh God, it was
wanted to
almost
do it
another
again.
one.
It
It
was-
was almost another one.
So this is interesting because as you're moving along, Tanton and Merime and Tanton and Merime and Rowan see nothing except more of this kind of metal jaggedness. But Alarian, you think you notice something a little bit, and for sure, Nisiana, you were able to see that on the outside of this area, and let me highlight it for you. Bear with me just a second as I track it down on my map. Oh no, I don't need statistics for the living lightning bolts. That's for later. I mean, that's already been dealt with. Okay.
Yeah, it's the guys we fought last time.
Mm-hmm. The once and future enemy. I'm just joking.
Wouldn't surprise me, given what's in there.
Yeah. Okay, right about here, I will freehand this. Let's go with that. Right about here, you can see that's rather thinner than I might have. I'll do another one.
Gonna say the line must be drawn here.
Yeah. Okay, you see that? Where
Yeah.
you see that red line that has been drawn, you can see that there are what looks like within the metal, more grayish metal. You can see what you think might be sliding doors, for want of a better term. They're not super wide, maybe about 10 feet wide. But they are somewhat different from the surrounding area. They don't have the same kind of sharp axes and everything pointing out of them. And they do look to be almost like of a piece, maybe like sides of a metal container or something, that have clearly been built in such a way that they can presumably slide open and shut. These look more like doors. They are currently closed. This is the closest you've seen so far, Alarian and company, to anything like a gate.
And Divinorium, to answer your question, yes, it is the Inspector Gadget theme that is playing while we're walking.
Yep, and I say something over the mind link about what it looks like, that they look like sliding doors, and here's,
Indeed. So the question is to knock or to force them open?
you're the Starforge.
Hmm.
This is your bailiwick right now.
Well, in that case, Larkin will raise a large fist. Doom, doom, doom.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Oh, the electrical nonsense.
Oh,
Right. I meant. Well, it doesn't matter.
I meant to wear rubber gloves.
Nice!
Wow.
Natural 20.
All right, that's wow. Well,
Well, good waste of a natural 20.
I wasn't shocked. Thank you. I'll be here all week. So
The reason is because Alarian doesn't touch the ground. So,
Yeah, that's exactly.
like a bird on a wire, he becomes part of the current. It's fun.
interesting.
Well, I got quite the charge out of this little endeavor. So.
Okay. So
I'm
you
going to
are-
bolt to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, you actually are going to take a little bit. You are going to take something here. So arcing out from the wall, as you sort of bang on it, arcing out from the wall is an electrical charge. Normally, you would take 19 points of damage from this, but because you have saved, it is only going to be 10 points of damage. So round it up.
Damn it.
Where do you
5
wanna
to
put
me and 5 to the armor.
Okay.
Ow!
But you did manage to. You did knock on it. You gave it a good
Yeah.
solid knock. And so it echoes
Hopefully that was
And you
worth
hear
it.
the echo inside, and there is kind of a, and then you hear a whoop inside, and suddenly the blue kind of sparking on the fence, kind of that came as you touched it, fades, and the doors slide open, and you find yourself facing two heavily armored, warforged, and behind them, two spanners. At least that is to say, two iron defenders that look a lot like Spanner.
Fuck.
As they are staring at you through the door, Alarian, you hear the slightest of perhaps emanating, or maybe it's just the hum of their metal parts from the iron defenders. And that's a good place for us to take our break. You are watching Day 33 of D&D with Infinity Beyond. This is Eberron Oracle of War, Part 4 of Parliament of Gears, as they are prepared to enter this place. So I am going to encourage my players to go take a break and do their thing, and we will be back here. It's 9:18, so let's say 9:25, about 7 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to make an announcement about players, so no one else go anywhere, but players, feel free to depart, as I will mute you folks. And then we will talk about what happens next as I slide over here to reveal myself. There we go. Okay, so here is the announcement that we've got, chat. First of all, I hope you were enjoying this awesome session of Eberron Oracle of War, and looking forward to seeing what happens when they get brought inside by these things. But before I talk any more about that, I'm going to mute myself in the Zoom call. I do want to make one announcement about the players that we've got. So right here, as you can see, we have our handy-dandy flyer about the event happening at the Klein, which I've been talking quite a bit about. The Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. This is going to be the kickoff to the ArvCon 2023 event to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. It will be a live, in-person Dungeons & Dragons event at the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium, a place which has hosted the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, which has hosted the Vienna Boys Choir, many dance troupes and concerts and all sorts of things in its storied 8 decades of history, but it has never before hosted a Dungeons & Dragons event until now. That is going to be happening. Now, one of the players is going to be a high school player selected as the winner of an essay contest about role-playing and the value of role-playing in our society, tabletop role-playing and that sort of thing. That's going to be happening. So I don't know who that player is yet. We're not going to know that for some time because they are doing the essay contest, starting to distribute that as we speak. But I do know the other players, and I'm happy to announce that now. So here are the 4 other players, and I'll be hyping them up on Twitter this coming week as well. I'm going to schedule some tweets for that, so if you retweet that, that would be lovely. Player number 1 is well known to all of the members of this community. It is a person who is an award-winning author of the book Sal and Gabby Break the Universe and Sal and Gabby Fix the Universe, a professor of English. I like those people. And also a wonderful author and role player who was last seen here as not only the game designer for the game Negocios Infernales, but also as the member of Esper Genesis, Sleepwell, Ludicrous Sleepwell. And that, of course, is Carlos Hernandez. Carlos Hernandez is going to be player number 1 of 4. He will be on stage live in his performing capacity. I am super excited about that. If you've ever watched Carlos roleplay, you will know that he is great at this kind of stuff. Carlos also has been part of the Gen Con live symposium events that I've done before. In fact, Hilness, who is in chat, has seen in person Carlos's, antics, and so you will definitely want to be there for that. So Carlos is player number 1. Yeah, he hasn't done too much. No big deal. So Carlos is going to be player number 1. Very excited for that. Player number 2 is the co-designer of Negocios Infernales and the award-winning author of Saint Death's Daughter and the Twice, I believe it's the Twice Drowned Saint that I heard a reading from a couple of weekends ago at Boscone, is a voice actor and an author, as I mentioned, award-winning author. and that is also, as I say, co-designer of Negocios Infernalis, and that, of course, is C.S.E. Cooney. So Claire Cooney, who happens to be married to Carlos. I only mention that because Carlos and Claire do a lot of sort of joint events, including not only Negocios, but also doing joint events like this. And Claire has also been a part of the on-stage D&D style events at Gen Con before. And so Claire is also going to be joining us on stage. That is player number 2 for the Klein Live D&D event Night at the Forbidden Library. So that's number 2. Very excited to have Claire as a part of this. Number three is someone that will be well known to people who have watched this campaign in the past and other campaigns from Infinity and Beyond. Also a musician, an actor, a video and audio editor, a Twitch streamer, and also a friend, and someone who is acting, actually graduated with a degree in acting, and so this is right up his alley, and that, of course, is one Mr. Robert James, known as Darkside Rob. Rob is going to be joining us for this event as well, live on stage and in person. Very excited to have someone who was last on Radio City Music Hall stage, singing as part of the choir for the Fellowship in the Ring event, which I was fortunate enough to see with my daughter. That is going to be Rob, will be there as well. Yeah, I know. I only needed to actually run an event for the first time at the Klein to actually meet Rob in person. It's so true, Rudnell. But I'm very excited to have Rob as a part of this. He will be great, and of course is well known to the other players, and obviously well known to you as well. So we will have Rob as well. So Carlos, Claire, and Rob. The final, in quotes, pro player who's going to be joining the high school player on here. I only need to move to another state. You have no idea how true that is for people who live in New York. How often you have to leave New York to meet people who actually lived in New York. It's really something. Hey, Triffid, good to see you. And the final player in this event is someone also well known to this channel, a former Esper Genesis player, a current R vocalist, a current professional dungeon master, a current member of my band The Road, a current expert in all things DMing, Twitch streaming, and playing in role-playing events and all that sort of thing, and another good friend, and that, of course, is one Mr. Zach Clay, who will be joining us as well. Of course, Zach knows Carlos very well, having played a lot of Esper Genesis with him. Also knows Claire, although I don't know if he's ever actually met her personally. Also knows Rob, although may not have met her personally as well. So your group of 4 players is Zach Clay, Rob James, CSE Cooney, Claire Cooney, and Carlos Hernandez. That, folks, is a heck of a group. That is a heck of a group to put on there, to put on that stage. They are going to be amazing at this. They're going to be running through my Night at the Forbidden Library event. And again, they will be joined by the winner of a high school essay contest for the Bridgeport local high schools. And those 5 players will be going through Night at the Forbidden Library. So I'm very excited for this. Like I say, this is, I started talking to them about this some months ago, and when they were all approved and able to do it, it was great. Zach is actually flying out for this event, actually, because Carlos and Claire and Rob all live in New York. So they can basically drive/take the train up or whatever. So for them, getting to Southern Connecticut is, doable. They still have to take time out of their day to do it. It is a commitment. I'm very grateful to them for doing it, but at least it's plausible. But Zach is actually flying out for this, and is going to be staying with me in the whole bit. So I'm very, very excited about that. Zach usually has come out. He came out last time during the summer, and Zach is hopefully going to be making a regular, because he's very popular with the family. Zach and my friend Jordan, who came out for Porch Fest. I'm looking forward to hopefully having both of them back for Porch Fest in August. But this is something where it just felt like right up our alley. And of course, Zach now has this big connection with Wizards of the Coast. He's running a bunch of these things at the San Francisco Public Library, Dungeons and Dragons clubs. And I should mention that he is also, of course, running not only that stuff, he's going to be speaking at a conference for Wizards of the Coast, a whole bunch of that stuff. Bridgeport Public Libraries are also doing their own in tandem event with this. They're going to be having books available at the library, special books that are set aside and announced as being specific to role-playing and literature. So they're going to have books at all of the 5, I believe it is, branches of the Bridgeport Public Library. So I'm really excited about that as well. And I'm just, as you can tell, I know I've been raving about this, but I just think this is super mega cool. I'm really honored that we can do it, and I really think it's going to be a big deal. And Damon Runyon is just as excited, and they're going to be producing their own video for it as well. So there are your official professional players, except for the high school player I don't know yet, but our official players are, again, Carlos Hernandez, C.S.E. Cooney, Rob James, and Zach Clay. Very excited about that. Thank you, Wayman, and hopefully this is going to give us a heck of a lot to work with going forward, and all of this being done for Damon Runyon, and also to benefit the Klein Memorial Auditorium a little bit too, this live event anyway. So again, make sure to get those tickets, and if you, again, I mentioned this yesterday, if you are able to take this flyer that you see on screen, I am happy to send you a copy, a high-res copy of it. You can then, if you're able to send it around, even print it up and post it. If you live in the southern Connecticut / tri-state area, I'd love for you to be able to post physical copies of this, or if you are involved in a school environment nearby there. But even if you're not right next to it and you're very far away or in another country, you can still distribute this digitally, because these tickets that you can buy, which are only $5 US, will also allow you, if you can get them either for the offline in-person version, or the online live stream, which is going to be run by the Klein, and that's $5 too. So head over there and get those tickets. Again, May 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern. It'll be an amazing kickoff event. This is, again, to benefit Damon Runyon, as I mentioned, but also this year is being held in honor of my departed friend, Ewan Ross, best man at my wedding. I was the best man at his wedding, my oldest friend. I've known him for 40 years, and he passed away several weeks ago, as I mentioned, because of a rare form of bone cancer. It was an awful loss. He was 51, left behind 2 children and his wife, and a school community that mourned him. He was a teacher. So again, another reason as to why we do this, as to why we hold this event. It's about joy as well. It's about the survivors. It's about the people who come together in joy over the progress that has been made against this dread disease, and there has been progress, but it's also in memory of those that we've lost. And so I hope in that capacity that people will be able to come in that effort. The Klein seating capacity is 1,500. Now, I don't know. I'll tell you right now, if we get 1,500 people, I will probably not touch the earth again for about 6 months. I'm letting you know right now, I will be freaking floating if we ever hit max capacity. That's a lot. I have no idea what to expect. I know the Klein is marketing it. Obviously, I'm promoting and marketing the heck out of it. I know Damon Runyon is going to be marketing and promoting the heck out of it. I hope our sponsors, which we're going to be starting to gather in about a month, I hope that they promote the heck out of it. So I hope we have a big showing. I don't know, though. I don't know if we're going to end up with 1,500, 500, 150. I'm really hoping that we have at least a few hundred people in the place. That would be amazing. Obviously the event is going to be awesome, even if there's just a few. But I really would like this to be a big event that we can get a lot of people in for. And at $5, that ought to be something which I think most people are able to swing. So I hope people can do it. It'll be an awesome event. And yeah, so that's the deal with that. So there is my announcement, and just wanted to make that clear to all of you lovely folks. So I will undoubtedly make that announcement again at some point, and you just have to be ready for that when I do that. But I'm very excited that we have those wonderful players to play with this. So with all of that said, it is now time to get back to the crew. They appear to have gotten back from their break. I apologize for interrupting them again because I still can't hear them, of course. I will unmute them now, and I will head back over to reveal.
I'm just going to go ahead and go again and get, I'll zip over to Burger King or something to come back. We're not sponsored by Burger King, though, so.
Not yet, but
not
Burger
yet.
King wants
Yeah.
What you missed, Greg, was us going, you see why this is worse, right? That is the worst. That is worse. You see, right? That was part of the conversation.
That's great. I have this image that's all that you were saying. This is worse, right? Yeah, that's worse. No, everyone's just like, no, it really is worse. So welcome back, everybody. And programming note to chat. We're about halfway through. We will be running tonight until about between 10:45 and 11 Eastern. So about an hour to an hour and 15/hour and 20 minutes is what we're looking at. Arv streaming dressed as the Burger King as DM would be amazing. Listen, I already streamed only a month ago. I streamed I Love You, Colonel Sanders. Like, God only knows what fast food restaurants have got.
And as someone who has played mascot soccer on a full American soccer field dressed as Mr. Peanut, don't do that. Okay.
Yeah, you have no
Must-
idea what
must
Trent
find
has
the
done.
footage.
Like,
Yeah.
let me tell
You ever
Trent-
have so many questions, but because you don't know where to start, you're obligated to never ask any questions?
Oh my goodness.
You
Anyway,
realize I wrote a game where we all play agents of insurance, and it's all around the mascots of insurance companies.
mascots of insurance companies, really.
And each person has a superpower. It's one of these games that I keep thinking about running for charity for you at some point.
Yeah, like the gecko verse. I like.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
probably has a stealth thing where he can just shed his skin and
The
just leave
gecko
it
becomes a
behind.
velociraptor.
Well, his charisma's like got to be like the equivalent of 50, right? Like, I mean, who's more charismatic than?
Flo.
Anyway, yes, I'll that's interesting, Jen. We'd have to speak more about that in other capacities. But-
It's Haley.
Oh,
If I
nice.
lose power, that's why.
Okay, that's what your cat was letting you know. Harold.
No, they're just being cats.
But welcome back to the Infinity Beyond crew, and welcome back, chat. Although you've all been with me, watching me as I was, raving about the amazing news about the players. Again, for the players who didn't know this, the 4 players were Carlos Hernandez, C.S.E. Cooney, Rob James, and Zach Clay are the 4 amazing players, plus the high school player. So it's going to be very exciting to have that crew. Okay, with all of that said, welcome back. And here we are standing on the outside of this wall where there is now an open gate, and behind it, 2 heavily armed Warforged, and behind them, 2, I don't know if you heard this line. I guess they told you, Trem, when you came back, 2 spanners, by which I mean 2 iron defenders.
Iron defenders, not the same thing?
I know, they're not exactly the same. But I mentioned the 2 spanners because it was like 2 iron dogs, basically, that were looking at them. And of course, you found these iron defenders before. You dealt with them.
Errol.
Not the same
Errol
ones,
was
but you
them.
dealt with them. Yep. Over at the Fireweave Bazaar many moons ago. So yeah. So they were.
Oh yeah,
they
I
were
meant
iron
Errol,
defenders.
the goblin, our very first mission.
That's true too. Yes, that's right. But I was actually thinking of the ones you actually like. I think you reworked, or you took temporary control of in the Fireweave Bazaar.
Yeah, they had medallions that
That's it.
whoever had a medallion would control them.
Yep.
And I believe those were steel defenders. I think. But
they
were
weren't
boxes,
iron defenders.
boxes
Okay.
of dogs. Yeah.
These are definitively iron defenders, and so you can see that they're waiting. They're sort of staring out, and the Warforged has not said anything yet to you, Alarian. They're just sort of staring at you.
Watching me impassively. Yeah,
Yes.
watching me impassively. That's fine.
Slight growl from the defenders.
Whatever. I have come to join the army of the Lord of Blades. I have journeyed far, seeking out the army.
You are not a traditional Warforged, are you?
That is correct. I am what is known as a Starforged. I am not of Eberron, but I know who will win the upcoming war.
We do not fight to win. We fight because we are, and our master commands us. You should not join to win. You join because you believe. And behind him, the growl or the hum rises to a slight growl as the other guard says, "We fight to believe."
I fight to believe.
And they kind of stare at you. And then one steps forward and says, "How have you discovered us?"
Word of the Lord of Blades and his army's exploits have spread all through this region. I came here from the south, looking to join, looking to believe. When I saw your vehicle in the distance, I followed until it landed. That is how I have come here.
You have followed us through the gray?
Yes,
And what if you are found unworthy?
If I am found unworthy, I will be cast aside with those that do not measure up. I do
No.
not feel I will be found unworthy, though.
There's a pause, and the one says, "You will not be cast aside. You will be repurposed, as these have been repurposed." And impassively it lifts its arm and points, and you can see behind it, basically sitting on a, there's essentially a, out of this wall, which looks much different than the outer perimeter wall. It actually looks more, Tanton, you can see that it actually looks much more like the thing you remember it being. So much more sort of, refined metalwork and everything. But you can see that essentially nailed in to the wall are several iron spikes sticking out at regular intervals, and the head of a warforged on each of the spikes at regular intervals, and sort of points at it and says, "These did not believe, and they were not worthy." And the other one says, "Not worthy."
As I said, I will be worthy. I am worthy.
All right. Let me just pull out a couple of these tokens, by the way. Just one moment. Okay. No. Okay.
What's the spacing like between all these guys?
Between the guards, you mean?
And the dogs.
And the dogs, okay. So
Basically wondering how difficult it would be for any one of us to slip through.
let's see. I would say, so this one is standing about, I believe these are 5-foot squares. I know the dimensions 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 46. Yeah. That's going to be right. So these have to be 5-foot squares. So basically this, I would say they are standing, roughly speaking, I hate to be that guy, but like 7.5 feet apart, roughly on either side. And behind them are the Iron Defenders. The answer is maybe. They are all holding onto spears, though. And so there is like the, if one of them turns left or right, like when you're going through, then you don't know if that's going to have an effect. And also, I should say, it's important to note, no, I don't want to buy something else, Roll20, even though that's perfect. Just, why do you do that? Damn it.
Because you'd have to buy it. That's why they do that. You know what? This would be perfect. Charge people for this.
Yeah. It's like why they put gum specifically at the counter in the grocery store. Yeah.
You all are 100% right, but in the being 100% right, you're acknowledging like the reality of the fact that I'm just a sucker for this. Although I haven't done this for months, so I feel,
You are absolutely a sucker.
Listen, I want you all to, you better all be immersed, people. All right. Your immersion better be just off the charts. All right. Give me a second.
I already think this is such a bad idea. Like, that we're all going to die. And I'm like, we're going to try and take one step past these freaking bad boys, and they're just going to turn around and eat me.
And the beautiful thing is, if Tanton dies, Spanner just falls apart and we'll never go back to salvation with our message. So it's beautiful.
Okay, so I'm gonna show,
Wow.
I want to show this because just to show chat, I'm gonna blow it up to actual size. No, I'm just kidding. I
was gonna say, that's
I just
definitely
had
an
to.
Iron Defender.
I just had to. Like that's
he's so cute. He's so cuddly.
red eyes and yeah. Okay.
Oh, man.
So we got one, and we've got two on this side. So that's where they are basically located right now. Now there may well be other ones inside this kind of like courtyard thing.
There are.
But yeah. So anyway, they haven't said anything since the showing you the spiked heads there, Larian.
And if they're not gonna, if they're standing back, then I'm going to step forward.
Okay. So they take a step back, like just one step back each as they go in. And then the one says, "Very well. Then you must be judged. You will be taken to Captain Reeve. He will judge you. He knows. The Lord of Blades speaks through him." The other one says, "Speaks through him." And the one immediately sort of comes over, the defenders actually come over, and one of them is like this, uncomfortably close, Solarian, and just kind of is like, if they had laser eyes, like they'd be boring into your side as we spoke, right?
Well, just the tracking part to, is where they're
exactly.
going to bite. Little red dot, yeah. Yep.
And they come like this. So now for the rest of the invisible party
Okay.
behind them, clearly you're meant to sort of follow these guards. For the ones behind them, you're going to have to tell me, because I can't tell you ahead of time, you're going to have to tell me, like, when you're going to try to duck in, like how close, all that sort of thing. So
I was going to say, as soon as they all take a step back, that would be the point where
Yeah,
Tangent would have been like...
the moment when they stepped back, I was like, I wanted to just kind of slide to the left of Illyrian.
Show me to the left. Okay, you know what, Rowan,
Like
I'll
here.
allow that. Yes, I'll allow that. What I'm going to have you do is that, because I love this visual. Okay, so Rowan, let me have you do that first. I'm going to have you sneak in. I need you to make a stealth check for me at advantage, because invisibility, of course, is not silence. So I need you to make a stealth check for me.
Stealth.
Okay. So as you come in, Rowan, you can move your token to here. I think you said you wanted to be.
Yeah. So I'm coming about here-ish.
Okay. So right now, here's the question though. The defender comes over. So are you going to back up a little bit to give it room?
Yes, I immediately do.
So you do just in time before it gets there, and you're standing there like behind it,
Like the image that I have is that, no one's moving forward. I could just come to the side of this door, and as I'm gesturing for everybody else to follow me, I see the dog start sliding. I'm like, okay, cool, fine.
Well, more importantly, as you're gesturing everybody, you remember that you're invisible and none of us can see you do that. So,
but you could have contacted through the mind link,
right,
True.
which is exactly what I was going to say. We need to go now.
Oh,
Yes,
right. Y'all can hear me in my head.
Tanta, what about you?
I was going to go to the right, actually. I was going to do the same thing, but
same
the other
thing.
side.
Stealth check. Second verse, same as the first, please.
Okay, this is going to suck. Watch this. This is going to be awful. What am I? Stealth check, right? Of course.
But at advantage, though.
At advantage, yeah. It's not going to matter. Watch. 17.
Okay. So same deal. So you can end up. You show me where you wanted to end up, just inside the door. Okay. So same thing. You're gonna do basically as the thing comes up. Please tell me that you both at the same time back up. Like as
Of
the
course
dogs
we do.
move out of the way.
Of course we do.
Okay. So now you're standing. Oh, I love this. Okay. Now Nisiana and Merime, what are the two of you doing?
I'm pretty sure Merime would do guidance, or I believe in her. Or I'm gonna. What is it? What do I have? What is my thing? I am freaking out here because this is the worst thing. Guidancing Merime.
And Merime gives bardic inspiration to Nisiana.
Can that be done? I have a question. Can that be done essentially silently?
Yes.
I don't mean aspirationally. I mean actually. Can it be done? I will double check.
Oh wait, no! You can inspire others through stirring words or music. She can whisper, but that's way too dangerous.
Invisibly, you hear, you will do it, like into the air somewhere.
Or maybe not.
I don't think bardic inspiration's an option here.
No, it's not. It's not.
Now,
No.
I don't know about Nisiana's. That I'm trying to decide.
It says verbal and somatic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait. Actually, Arv.
Because of the mind link?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Stirring words delivered mentally are still stirring words.
Yeah. All right. All right.
But I will abide by what you say.
No, I think that's okay. I will allow that. If the mind link gets lost, though, just remember you.
Oh,
you
yeah.
got, like, that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
And basically, she says, we got this. We're gonna walk in there. Ain't seeing nothing. Super cool.
Yeah, no, it's true, Wayman Wolf. Yeah, heart of the
Just
cards.
like we did X, Y, or Z time.
Exactly. When we were sneaking out of the house to go to the Harvest Festival that one night, remember? I had to sneak past Dad. It was fine.
Okay,
Cool.
so-
Move in.
Does that mean she's going to go straight up the middle and I'm going to follow her?
You tell me, John. You're running Merame. What do you think?
Pretty much, yes. Because now that the hounds are there, that's the only avenue available to them.
So wait. Is this what's happening? Please. So are you telling me you're doing
It's
that?
pretty much.
Yeah.
Because that's the only option to get in. We don't know when the doors are going to close. And we can't
Outstanding.
be on the other side when it does. So she's going to, and actually, Nisiana, you're going to feel a breeze as she goes by you. Just follow my lead.
Okay.
All right.
What a flying V formation with me at the center.
Right, and you can't resist doing the dun 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 dun.
That's right. Danger zone. Anyways, all right. That's a stealth check, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Advantage. At
At
advantage.
advantage, yes, but I love the idea that you're passing in front of the defenders and between the guards.
I know.
So great.
Jen, did you cast something on her or not? I didn't.
I
recall.
did. It's the D4.
Okay. All right. You have a D8 to use. So.
Okay. Here I go.
All right. Yeah.
Advantage.
Why don't you roll yours first? Oh, well.
Nice.
But did you see how close it was to the 2 and the 3? I was like,
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
All right. So Nisiana, like barely a whisper of smoke. Oh yeah. And no problem with Merame either. So
yes.
Although, but still, it is passing through the silent figure of Larian and like and the dog slightly growling.
Yeah, and Larry feels like whoosh, like.
Yep.
But doesn't move a single muscle.
Yeah.
And so they end up, and literally we're trying to get to over here, as grotesque as those heads are, to the wall.
Okay.
So,
when you get over
Nisiana,
there,
you can either follow me or go to the other side.
You know what? I would be following her. I probably would have just kept hold of her tail or something.
Cloak. I don't know what she wears. And as soon as she will push you, put yourself by the wall, because she will grab you and kind of like gently, because it's not an attack, and move you beside her to the wall. There. Yep. All right.
Okay.
Right.
You do that, and the soldiers have turned, and as they turn, although you did not see any obvious command, the doors shut, and you see, basically, as the doors shut, you hear a, and then you hear a, and you hear a bzzz as the fence apparently electrifies again.
Yay!
So, you made it. You're inside. Okay. Now you have to.
Yay!
So now they're going to. No, Larian, you're going to follow the guards. Now, are Merame, Nisiana, Tantin, and Rowan following you as you follow the guards? How are you going? Like, I know at some point you're going to break off and do your own deal, but like for right now.
Yes. I pretty much broadcast all of them. Stay on me for now.
Yep.
Because the only entrance is through this door anyway.
Well, that we know of. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'll bet it doesn't have any kind of lock or opening mechanism. So yeah, this is the shot exactly.
Because if we don't go through with you, we'll probably close in front of us.
Okay.
So
winds up being like the
can we
beginning
see
of
through
Fifth
the
Element.
Good.
the beginning of Fifth Element.
What can we see through the door from the side?
Right.
Okay, so like which one? Like here, you mean? Like that door? So it is not opened yet. The guards are starting to head in that direction. Right now, those doors look also shut. What that you're next to, you can tell, as I mentioned, is much different than the outer wall. It is refined, very strong-looking metal. It does look to have some scoring on it, like as if there have been some magical blasts or spells or things that this probably has seen battle before, although you don't know when. The doors themselves are also shut, although they are, as you can see, slightly extended from the wall as opposed to the other ones in the wall that were literally like it was hard to even see that they were there. These ones you can definitely see. So you can't really see anything through the doors as of yet. You can see now that you're inside, though, that there are several places inside this courtyard, if you will, that are lit by these glowing blue lights. And you can hear the sound of slight squeaking above you, and that clearly is up here where the ballista, above you is there. And the wall, towers some feet above it. Remember, the perimeter wall was 15 feet, right? You could see this from the outside, so this is even taller. And you can see that this here appears to be, again, sitting on top of this deck, for want of a better term. And that, too, is taller. So the whole thing is pretty impressive. You can also, sort of looking around quickly, Nisiana and Merame both, since you mentioned this, you can see that there are other basically steel walls here, not quite as tall as the perimeter wall, but you can see occasionally blue lights flashing from here and the sound of tramping feet. If you had to guess, it sounds like there may be other patrols in other areas of the outer courtyards, basically.
Okay.
So, with that said, they come. I have to make sure I get my right map out. Give me a second here. All right, that is going to be for this one. Yes. Okay. So, Alarian, the guards move up here, and the dogs follow behind you. So you need to be like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Keep moving, or
got
nipping
dog
at the
like-
heels will become a reality.
Dog like this and dog
Yep.
like that. Yep.
Now I'm assuming that
right there.
Rowan and Tanton are also pacing the group.
Okay. So come towards the door, and the Warforged walk up to it, and one of them grabs something from around their belt. You can't get a very good look at it, but it looks like it is like almost like maybe a metal, like a coin or a metal circle of some kind, which they tap to the doors, and the doors slide open and reveal a new map.
Your imminent doom.
Which means we have to drag ourselves onto the map again.
I think
Although
actually,
I think Merrimack would have seen, because she's where she is. She could see what it was.
Actually,
it's
that's
more
probably
that it was in
true.
their hand. It's not a big circle.
Oh,
That's the thing.
Oh.
It's not.
Well,
yeah, it's not like they were covering it with their body.
At least we have
Alright.
an idea, and she actually broadcast that to Alarian. It's like he's got something in his hand, circle a disc of some kind, and it looks like that activates the door.
Don't
Just
drag
good to
anything.
know.
Don't drag anything on there yet, by the way, because I've copied everybody, so I don't have to redo
Oh,
all of that.
okay.
So don't drag anything on there yet. Okay, so that's not what I need. I need this. I need reveal areas. I need to make sure I do not reveal too much. Okay, so far so good. All right, and I'm going to bring you all inside this in just a second. I'm a big fan of these battle maps, which, by the way, are available on DM's Guild. They are separate from the battle maps which actually come with the campaign, so good work for the battle map makers. But it means that I don't have a separate one to work with, so basically I need to make sure that I don't reveal anything to the chat any more than I want to reveal anything to the other players. Okay, I think I did that right. So here are the guards. Here's Alarian. Here's one of the defenders. I now appear to have lost the other defenders. Hold on a second.
Yay, we don't have to deal with them.
Good, they took him out on the outside. Excellent.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, there we go. There's the other defender. Oh, nope. There's the other defender. I think I see Rowan there. There is Tanton. I don't know what the heck has happened to Merame, though.
Oh, she's already in freeing the prisoners.
I don't see Merame or Nisiana on here.
Maybe not on this map. Okay, so I'm sorry then. Would you mind bringing Merame and Nisiana back onto this map? My apologies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
You see a doorway that's glitched halfway through a wall.
Oh, did I just disappear myself into the darkness? I think I did.
Oh, Wayman Wolf is inspired. I'm sorry, I just looked over this. Wayman Wolf inspired. I'm loving this. I mean, I'm glad you are, but I'm not sure that I'm loving this as a current character playing in the campaign. I will give that back if you need it, Wayman, since I have to reset inspirations anyway. That's funny. Okay, so they come in here, and then they again touch these same metal circles. And reveal a very sizable room beyond.
Apparently, we're over here in multiple places.
Oh, there you are. Okay. I found you. Sorry.
I will take me off.
Yeah, okay.
And my twin sister.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'll take care of that. I didn't realize that was the side you were going to end up on.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, hold on. You know why? Because I'm not sleeping. Hold on. Okay, there she goes. All right. So let me reveal a bit more.
When the door opens, I will stride through, not quickly, but just to give the rest of the party as much room to get in as possible, assuming these guys are moving too.
Okay. Yeah, they are going to be.
Okay, yeah, but I want to keep it going, straight ahead. So you guys, because again, don't know how long that door's going to stay open, or these doors are going to stay open.
Okay, I'm trying to be careful here because I don't want to again reveal stuff accidentally.
No, go ahead. It's fine, Arm. Don't worry. We won't hold it against you.
Okay.
There's a distinct
definitely
difference between holding it against you and using it to our advantage. So, yes, please go ahead.
Exactly.
Well, the only thing that you'd be using at this point is being like, oh, it looks like it's a larger room, a bigger room. There's a lot. There's a lot in this room.
It's a big room.
It's a big room. Indeed. And there are some strange elements to it, which I will describe to you in just a moment.
Oh, yay.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. This is such a bad idea.
It is, but it's our bad idea.
This plan's getting worse all the time.
We might not survive.
We're altering the plan. Pray we don't alter it further.
Actually, this deal's getting worse and worse all the time.
Well, I know, but I was going with the deal with the.
It would be a shame if we had to lose your garrison here.
There's still time to get to a lariat.
What did you say? It sounded like Han. No, it didn't. It sounded nothing like Han.
We know what that's like, don't we, Nisiana, or whatever it is.
It's kind of funny that we get into the whole Star Wars thing, because when these two Warforged started talking, I was like, oh, somebody's fitted them with a restraining bolt. Okay, they no longer have free will. Alrighty.
Yeah, very interesting to see all of that. Okay, I hope Chad is enjoying this gradual reveal and the gradual, like, oh crap feeling as much as... Okay. Let's see, I should be doing this technically to be neat with polygon reveals, but you know.
Just to be absolutely positively sure, we are seeing the large rectangle made of metal bars right in front of us?
That would be correct.
What's in that?
I'm going to describe not only that, but I'm going to describe the thing that's at the top here too. The
what twofer?
Yes, the thing to the north of the room. So I am going to reveal all in a short period of time. Okay. Because you can also see there's a table down here with stuff.
A table?
Exactly.
My
almost
God.
as a gazebo.
Okay, and stairs. Right. Okay, sorry about how long that took, chat, but you know. Okay, so now we can actually zoom out a little bit. This is as far as I can zoom out to show you everything. Oh, that's enough. I think you can see it now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here is where you are. This is a chamber that is an enormous chamber that looks to have this panel that you asked about, Rowan. This is a like a robust metal mesh panel that's set into the floor at the center of the room. And if you had to guess, now you'd have to get closer to see it, but if you had to guess, you think that that's the ground below the actual fortress, below the conclave that this used to be called. And you don't know why there's this, but clearly these things can slide. So it almost looks like they could be slid aside to allow access to the ground. You don't know under what, I mean, right now it's like literally just sitting on top of the ground. You don't know whether that's something for when it's flying or whatever, but that might be what it is. Over this area, though, is something equally disturbing because it is a 10-foot by 5-foot steel block which is riveted to the floor. And there are what look like extendable manacles that are bolted to the four corners. They basically have these chains that are looped up, and the manacles are attached, basically clipped, if you will, onto the sides of the table. And right behind it, there is a sort of higher shelf that you can see. And on the shelf are several Warforged fingers. There's a pair of Warforged hands and what looks like a pair of Warforged feet. And underneath each of them, on the shelf, like the little lip of the shelf, written crudely in chalk, is a label. Under the hands and feet, which are next to each other, is a chalked label that says, Parliament of Gears Sympathizer. And under the fingers are the chalked names Clutch and Keeper. And you can see that from your vantage point because they are clearly meant to be seen from a distance.
Joy.
Hey,
Stairs go up or down?
FO, exactly, BPL. And also high. Stairs go up. And in fact, that is where they are. That's where they're headed.
Okay.
The last thing I want to mention, though, as you're walking into this room, is this little beauty down here. That looks like, if we kind of zoom in a little bit on it, chat, so you can see it too, that looks to be some kind of control panel. Now, this says the lettering on this is too small to see from here. You would need to get up closer to it. But that is what you would expect looks like perhaps a control panel. Right now, standing next to it is... Wait for it.
Charles Manson?
No, another guard. Who is currently standing facing outwards away from it. Basically like looking into the room. And staring at you impassively. That is the only other guard that you see in the room at the moment. But these guards are all headed this way towards the stairs with the dogs behind them. So if you're, striding ahead, as you said, then that's the way things are for that. And they seem like they're going to be going directly up those stairs. Are you, he asked questioningly, are you going to be going up the stairs as well?
Staying with Alarian as best we can. Or at least Canton is.
Actually, once we're here, then Alarian will broadcast, go find the captives.
In that case.
By the way, you can talk back, by the way. I'm just letting you know. But I've gotten you inside, so now it's time for you to do your mission. He said, with his fingers crossed.
Which doesn't look at all suspicious to the Warforged. We're like, why are you crossing your fingers like that? Nothing, just...
It is Starforge religion.
Just believing, that's all.
That's right.
If
Really
you're
hard.
a true believer.
So, which option is best? Look for captives first, or assume that these controls are what we're looking for first?
Good question.
By the way, I'm not putting a direct time limit on this. You're not gonna have time for a lot of exchange though, because they're literally walking you towards the stairs. Now,
Well, I mean, I've got the 80 feet. This is
right.
That's true.
It's
true. What Arv is saying. If anyone needs to say anything before we go, but that's all that Alarian said pretty much. Because that's the plan we worked out. If anyone's refining on the fly, now's your time. But we're going to be out of range pretty soon. That's all I'm saying.
Because as it stands, like from this door here down to the the bottom of the stairs, that is about 40 feet. And once you go up the stairs, 45, 50, 55,
right.
Like, you're not going to be in contact much longer if they stay in this room. No, if they follow
you. I think Maramay is going to follow at least to here just to try to stay in contact. I mean, behind the dogs, obviously. We're trying to move all
the dogs like,
Russia has, she trips one.
Just
You know.
ride the dog along.
Yeah, exactly.
He won't know.
So you're putting Merame here, and Nisiana, you're staying like right next to Merame, I assume?
Yeah, I'm staying pretty close to Merame, but I'm also being very, very aware of where those dogs are.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah,
And
she's
they-
staying behind them. I'm just putting her where she's gonna end
As
up.
they move, by the way, I should just one quick note, and then I'm sorry, Brandon, then I'll hear what Rona has to say. As the dogs are moving up, you can hear they're doing this, like they're almost pivoting their heads sort of left and right slightly. And when they do this, there are a couple of times where Merame and Nisiana, and probably Rowan too, you have the uncomfortable experience of like the red-eyed gaze like passing over you for a moment and then passing back over you as they keep looking.
The what was it, 1977 Rankin Bass Hobbit, when Smaug is looking around for Bilbo and he just locks on and starts smiling, and Bilbo's like, oh shit, he can see me. Yeah, love that scene.
That's true, BPL. And also, hi, Prince Justin, good to see you. So, sorry, go ahead, Rowan,
So,
you were saying.
question.
Yeah.
Did the doors close behind us already?
Yes.
Ugh.
As soon as the guards moved a certain spot beyond them, and I should say about that metal circle, they put the metal circle on, it opened. As they went through, they took the metal circle off, and it stayed open for, 10 seconds maybe, and then closed behind them. Same thing with these new ones. These ones on the inside here.
Mhm.
Okay. Aha.
Tantan's gonna move past the control board just to kind of get a glance at it and see if it's the controls for like opening and closing the fence doors and sounding the lunch whistle.
Let me
and
have you make a
whatnot.
stealth check, Tantan, if you're going to get that close to the guard. Silence, you can, because you're also walking on metal here, remember? Now you can...
That was also something else that Tantan was going to mention as he's going to think to everybody, try to time your steps with the movement of the dog so that when their feet hit the floor, so do yours. So it disguises the sound of you moving.
So, Tantan, what I'll say is you could, like, if, where Rowan is, that you don't need to make a stealth there because of where they are. If you get that close, you probably will. You could try to get here. If you go here, you won't be able to see all of the control names, but probably some of them. Or you could
That's
take
really
a
all.
risk. It's up to you.
He's just trying to get an idea of what that control panel is for. He doesn't need a detailed analysis.
That's cool. Then, so just position yourself. Then maybe like if you want to be. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Right.
Okay, so it looks like it has. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just mention what they are, and then I'll be quiet. It looks like there are what you can see are basically 4 main switches. Basically, there are switches that you think you can see from your vantage point. Tantan says front, and then what might say starboard, and then you can't see what it says over on this side. And then there is a secondary switch under each one of the 4 red ones here that's marked corner, because you can see the first 2, these purple switches, both say corner underneath them. This switch here, which is closest to you, is marked fence live, and there's an on or off position. And the last thing is this little yellow thing back here, looks to be for want of a better term, a cone that's mounted on top of the panel, and there is a whistle hanging from a chain from it. And you think this has been modified, that this is, you think, a speaking cone that you remember that existed in the Conclave, that you could basically like, attention all, units type of thing, and everyone would be able to hear it. You're not familiar with the whistle part of it, but almost certainly if you were to blow it into this cone, you could hear it all over the ship. Sorry, Rowan, go ahead.
I would like to cast Minor Illusion.
Okay.
Oh,
Can we do that?
I think any spell casting will break the invisibility, which Merame would have told you about.
Oh ho, grr.
Yeah.
No attack, no casting.
The attacks, casting.
That sucks.
Yeah, we can't
Yeah.
do anything.
You are
Wow. You can observe,
reconnaissance.
see, wait,
exactly move
strike.
around.
Okay, noted. I make a mental statement to Tantan. should we stay here and bonk this guy, or are we really gonna go upstairs?
Well, we don't know exactly what his duties are. If we knock him unconscious, which, trust me, would be difficult, he may have other duties elsewhere in the ship, and if he doesn't show, they'll start looking for him. Best not to cause problems until we have to.
Okay, but we only have an hour, so we best be sure how we're getting all of these hostages out before we need to come back to the control panel that is guarded by the guy you said would be hard to bonk.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm with you all then.
But just in case we all need to get out, you see that button right over there, and I, give him a pretty damn good description of the port and starboard, fence live buttons. I'm like, those need to be turned off so we can leave. So if I'm not around,
Noted.
yeah.
I will note that with Marimay's telepathy, you cannot just do it back and forth to each other. Only she can decide that. So we are all hearing this.
Yeah.
Right. And then when that conversation's over, Illyrian says again, find the elementals.
And by this
find
point,
the captives.
they're on the stairs. So,
Right.
yeah.
That's what I figured. So that's the last thing they're going to say before they go upstairs.
Oh.
Now I have to decide what Marimay would do in this situation. Let's see.
Waiting for Marie to watch the VOD at this point and be like, no, do this.
No, don't do that.
I would never do that.
What is wrong with you?
Well, no. Actually, she's going to stick with the plan. The plan is Illyrian goes. The four of you stay together, so she's not going to deviate. So she's going to hang there. Nisian, I assume you're right next to her. So we're going to head up, and I head up the stairs and go, and
because
the party's officially split.
We are on mission. Yeah.
Exactly.
We are going to come.
Plan F.
Oh, go ahead, Nisian.
I said it's Plan F. We're fucked.
Plan.
But
All right. These folks are going to. We'll talk about them. I'm going to actually move this crew. I'm going to move them for a moment off screen.
When I was on the Valhalla podcast, Valhalla Club podcast the other day, we were talking about this. I don't remember what we were talking about specifically, but they were like, how do you do this? I'm like, a little column A, a little column F. So as soon as you said Plan F, I was like, yeah, that's exactly right.
All right. Now I want to talk to the four of you who are down here. We'll come to Illyrian in a little bit. Now that you're sitting there, you just have the one guard who's here, is standing in front of the control panel. What do the four of you? What would you like to do?
what is the guard doing? Is he just standing there?
Standing and passively staring outwards. I mean, clearly not in a trance. Like focus, is clearly active and aware, but is standing in front of the panel.
And we've seen everything that we can possibly see about this panel so far.
From where we are.
From where you are. That's over on this area, though. You can't quite make out the buttons on this side, but there does seem to be a pretty clear pattern of there's 4 switches up top that are red, 4 switches below each one that are purple, and Tantan has described those to you. This one lever that says fence on or off, I think is what it says. What did I say? Fence.
Live.
Fence live. Yep, and there is an on and an off setting. And then this thing, which is this speaking cone thing with a whistle on a chain hanging next to it.
Okay. I guess the answer to our question is we should find who we're looking for first, and arguably we should prioritize elementals first because they power this thing, and without them, all the Warforged on board will be sitting ducks. But the moment that the ship powers down, they will notice. So we best know where the other prisoners of war are immediately afterward.
And we won't be able to open the doors or the fence.
Ah, fair point. Perhaps we find the hostages first. But if we free them first, then this entire vessel is still armed.
And those people will not be invisible.
No, they won't be. However, they will be highly motivated to get out.
One would hope.
Are the doors did slide back and forth? Did it look like? I mean, how to say this? This is Merrimaid talking because I'm still in the room. They slid back and forth rather easily, right?
Yes, I would say.
But they were clearly powered. Obviously, no one was sitting on the other side.
No, they were definitely not the original Star Trek guys with ropes pulling them aside. Yeah, they were definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
They were definitely. Powered. Also, I want to make one note because I misspoke before. I want to take us back just for a second to the outer map. I misread this map for a second. These are not. Sorry. No, get out of here. These here are not walls. These are actually enormous steel rods, hydraulic beams, really, that clearly are connecting the inside of the perimeter wall to the vessel's hull. And they're each
so we can walk under them.
Yeah, well, sort of. They're 3 feet. Yes, basically, you could, yes. They are 3 feet thick, and they're suspended above the ground, so you could walk under them, yes. My apologies, I misrepresented that before, but they are enormous beams, obviously, 3 feet thick beams, but they are suspended some feet above the ground, so yes, you could walk under them. My apologies.
But they are still electrified.
Yeah, as is the rest of the, exactly. Now this wall is not electrified, like the inside wall is not, but you'll notice that these seem to be connected to what might be either wood or some insulating material here, so maybe that's where it cuts off, but this obviously is electrified. These are electrified. This area does not seem to be. So that's the deal with that. My apologies for misspeaking before. I now return you to your regularly scheduled issue.
Okay. So, I have a very morbid reason as to why we should prioritize the prisoners of war first. As Nisiana mentioned, they would be highly motivated. Part of that increased motivation should include being willing to fight for their freedom. Immediately after any Warforged guard on this vessel sees them, they're going to be in a state of combat, and we're going to need to know that they're willing to do what is necessary. Not a lot of people are probably going to make it out of this. Probably won't even include most of us. But if we can get to the doors fast enough, we don't need to worry about that. The problem is, we can't do both unless we're splitting up. So who wants to find hostages and who wants to wait until we found hostages so we can knock this guy out?
Actually, does that guy have one of those whatever little thing, the little coin things, like at his belt?
Would need to get a little closer to see that. Just one quick pause. Thank you to Jobri for gifting a tier sub to Throw 7, because Jobri was just given a sub yesterday, I believe. Actually by someone else. So thank you for paying that forward immediately, Jobri. Thank you so much. And welcome to the community, Throw 7. Yes, you'd have to get a little closer to Nisiana to see.
Well, actually, I say it over the link and ask Mia Tantan, who's right there. Or the observant one. What can he see?
What can I see?
Ding, ding, ding,
I think that's.
ding.
I think you can. We can talk about that. So, and this observant is what, +5 to passive. Blah blah blah. Speed. Okay. Let me have you. Well, let me think if you even native me. Okay, I'll tell
Again,
you what.
my
I'll give you a devil's
perception
bargain.
at this point is 19.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't even need a passive one. This is because you're actively looking for something here. But what I will say is, as you look at the belt of this thing, it's got weapons, of course. It is got heavily armored like the ones outside. But you can see that at its belt, it does have what look like several things probably magnetically attached, if you had to guess, to it. The problem is that the belt itself kind of looks the same, like some of it look like it almost might be not decorations, but like rivets. And it's hard to say like what is a rivet and what is the actual metal circle. But you think you do see circles on the belt, and maybe one or two of them in particular, like the one that you saw the other guards open up, the one that was out there.
Or it could be a Warforged gypsy. Who knows?
Thank you, by the way, to Jobri. Again, for heading out, and thank you, Rising Tides. I wonder who that is. For gifting a tier 1 sub to BPL Text. Thank you, Brandon. So anyway, yes, you do think you see those circles on the belt.
When
and-
you say magnetically, you mean it's like connected to the Warforged entire person?
Not sure. It's because the Warforged, remember, is a mix. They are metal, but also magically infused wood and things like that. So they're not all just metal. But definitely it's wearing a lot of metal armor, and there are components of it that are metal for sure.
Okay.
Mage hand will make you visible.
I know.
I
have to
Sleight of
rely
hand
on
to
my.
grab it will make you visible.
See, the good thing is you're talking to someone who can rely on their wits. The bad thing is we're in the room with the thing that can kill us, and the door is closed.
Or maybe
There are no windows in this room. There is nothing that can see or presumably also interact with outside.
No, but there are multiple what look like doors here. You can see one door there. You can see another door there. None of the doors are open, and they're not glass or anything like that. So no, you don't see anything else.
You said the center is a grate, right?
There is a grate, and the ground is below
It's
it.
visible.
Yes.
So,
But I mean, but it's right on the ground, though. I mean, like, I guess a worm could see it.
Arv, let me jump in here.
Sure. Wait a minute. Before you do, are you, because you're not there.
Merame is. I'm playing Merame right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Merame can.
But I'm actually, this is not a game question. So the invisibility definition for D&D 5th edition, the spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I would vote that an ability check like sleight of hand is not an attack.
I would agree.
Ability check.
I don't
No,
think
yeah,
sleight
that
of hand.
was-
A sleight of hand will not trigger. Well, I do not think will trigger.
It will not.
The
No,
invisibility.
exactly.
That's what I
Although-
was thinking.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then,
I agree. I
You know
don't
what?
think that would trigger.
There you go. So
as a test, Rowan is going to do a thing.
Okay.
Rowan is going to waste 1 silver piece.
Okay.
And with sleight of hand, essentially flip it into the corner of the room and see if it will draw this guy's attention.
I see. We got a little Metal Gear Solid work going on. I can see. Thank you as well.
The worst Metal Gear Solid. Like,
The,
where's he gonna go? So it's the one room. Am I gonna send him upstairs after this?
absolutely. You don't even have a cardboard box, to put over your head for this.
Mhm.
Thank you.
But I am like aiming for around here as far as possible.
Okay, show me the ping again. Whereabouts?
I'm so dark. My color is so dark with hair.
I'm not seeing it.
The upper left-hand corner.
Okay. Oh, there I
Yeah.
see it. I hadn't zoomed out enough. Thank you as well to Rudolph for gifting a tier 1 sub. Do I understand there's a hype train going? I hear there's a hype train
Apparently
going.
there is.
All right, let me see. Hold on, I got to get to the other
yes,
thing.
level 1 hype train, 94%.
Level 1 hype train. Oh, that means that we're almost to. Come on, roll. There we go. Keep going.
Never mind. There it goes.
Oh, hey! Wow! Wayman Wolf has gifted 5 subs. And Darkside Rob is give me a ping. Oh, 1 ping only, please. Oh, Rob is here. Okay, wait. So hold that thought, Brandon. We're going to do this in just a moment. First of all, Rob, thank you for the resub. I was just talking about Rob, one of our players for the Klein Memorial Auditorium event kickoff for ArvCon. Very excited for that. So welcome, Rob. Thank you. Wayman Wolf, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Super grateful about that. Harlequin, Jordan Shively, Exploding Dice. Oh, good to see you, Exploding Dice. What's up, man? And Ido Respect Army. I love that. Also, Wispy Song, of course, well known to all. Welcome, everybody. We are level 2 complete on the hype train. And that's amazing. We're actually 52% on the way to the next stage. Thank you all. I love these hype trains. Oh my God. What are you all doing?
I was going to say, wait.
Wow. Thank you, Rising Tides. And Rising Tides has gifted 5 subs. Antoine EQ, Darth Sisu, Red Tail, Lotwook, and Startup Tim. And it's good to see you, Startup Tim. Been a little while since I've seen you. Welcome, and thank you. Brandon, very kind of you. What is going on with all the hypes? Level 3 hype. Oh my goodness, 65% of the way through of level 4 hype. Thank you all. That's really, really nice of you. Wow. It's almost as if there wouldn't be any tension in the scene right now of them trying to do this thing. Okay, so you're gonna try to kick this to the northwestern corner then.
Yes,
So
sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
I believe in Latin that's called quid pro give us a break.
Quid pro, give us a break. Okay.
Yeah,
so-
I gave you enough money that this just works, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, wow. Wow. I see how it is. No, but I want you to know how grateful I am as I ask you to actually make a sleight of hand check. I'm super grateful about that, let me tell you.
10 plus
Does he
15,
get to
you know,
do that
any
advantage since
plus?
he's invisible?
Not advantage, but because he's not trying to stealth his way through. But he did, with his sleight of hand, manage to get it over there. So now I'm going to roll to see if the guy actually would have noticed. Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub from Prince Justin. Thank you, Prince Justin. We're almost to 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. We're almost to the end of that hype train. Thank you all.
If he doesn't notice, it counters the entire reason that he did it. So
I know exactly. So no, I know. That's exactly. But it's a perception thing. Maybe he's not paying attention. Fortunately, he is paying attention. So he does, and he kind of goes, and kind of like his head goes over there, and he kind of like he turns in that direction, and then looking around, moves this way. Now I need to know quickly from Tanton and Rowan, because he's moving directly this way. What are the two of you doing as he's moving right towards you? Especially Rowan.
I am definitely sliding out of his way, but that's also because I'm following him as far as I need to get that coin off of him with another sleight of hand.
Okay. So we're gonna have you slide out of the way as I notice that Runel's gifted 2 more subs. Oh my God, Runel. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome everyone to ComCon Tilted Gaming as we get more. D&D has taken a backseat to the hype train. Well, now we're in level 5. So we are setting a new record. We are in level 5 of the hype train, and we've lost someone. Someone just went out of our Zoom call. It was too much.
That was John.
Oh, there's John. Okay, John's
He's back.
all right.
He's coming back.
Oh, he turned it off.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I will address this problem in just a moment.
And to answer your question as to what Tanton is doing, as soon as he sees that guy start moving,
Fixed.
Tanton is going to move to basically tuck in next to in this little corner next to the.
Okay, I'm gonna have you all make then. Oh my goodness, the hype train broke John's power grid. Okay, I'm gonna have all of you. We have just gotten 5 more. Wayman Wolf gifted 5 more subs, which is crazy. Thank you, Wayman Wolf.
He's not saying you're crazy. He's
No. Now now it's going to people that aren't even in chat right now. Shadow has arrived. Sun Winterfeld, Leoric, Questionable Results, and Make Noise Man Studios. We have done it.
Hi.
We are
Can we
all
get
the
to
way-
level 10 height before the stream is over?
Is that even
just
a
putting that
thing?
out there in the world?
Is that even a thing? Like I don't
know.
even-
Let's find out.
Oh, it is a
Thank
thing.
you.
It's still going on. It's level 6. My God, I don't even know.
Oh, apparently John lost connection.
Oh, he just lost connection. Okay. Well, I guess it's good timing that we're doing all of this at the same time. Sorry, everybody. This kind of came out of nowhere. Making our way. It's now level 6. There's level 12 and beyond. What? I have
Level
not heard of
12
this.
and D&D
So
Beyond?
let's be the ones to hit 13.
Wow.
Warp 13.
That's amazing. Okay. We will continue while that happens, and we're waiting for John to come back in. I know the pictures are messed up. I kind of don't want to fix them because if I do, then John's going to come back.
When John gets here, it should fix.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he'll be at the he'll be the new camera feed at the bottom of the thing, so Arv will still have to move things around.
That's not as big a deal though. I actually Zoom has changed around a little bit the way they handle it, so I'm not as bothered by that. But it's more if I recapture now, then he comes in because now the sizing is different. So, oh wait, John is here, getting connection to get back in. All right, wait for it. John is back, I believe.
Sorry about that.
Okay,
At least my whole computer didn't go down. I just lost internet connectivity for a moment.
All right, hang on 1 second. I'm going to fix this.
Sorry.
Right now.
Sorry.
Okay, fixed. Yay, everyone's back. Okay, good. Good stuff. Thank you all so much, everybody, for all of the hype subs. We're up to level 6 now. That is wild. Thank you, everybody. That's really kind of you. And that's what allows funding for me to be able to do like the new videos and all that and all the stuff that we do. So thank you so much. And eventually I'm going to be rolling out, and this campaign is probably the next one I'm going to roll this out for, the same thing I do that Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks, where bits, cheered bits, are going to go towards actually paying players. But I can't do that yet. But within, hopefully in the next couple of months, certainly by summer, I'm going to be trying to roll that out for this group next. So anyway, but thank you all very much for doing that. You are all wonderful, lovely people. Thank you. Okay, so now, so you have moved back. I will need both Tanton and Rowan, please, to make stealth checks for me, although they will not be difficult ones. You're still doing an advantage.
Oh, still
and it's
stealth.
it's a low DC for you, both of you.
Don't clump around.
Yep.
16.
Okay.
Ow.
Yep. Well, it's a good thing it's a low DC and you're doing an advantage, but that is enough. 10 is enough. So
Okay, Jesus.
moves past you.
Wow.
I would say maybe like just like you take a step back, just like as it moves into your space round, but does sort of like move over this way.
Like,
and-
while he's walking past me, he steps on my toe.
Yeah, he's like, and then comes here and sort of looks down and then bends down and picks up the piece, the silver piece, and kind of holds it up and sort of looks at it both ways, and then turns and looks at this wall a couple of different ways, and then comes up to this door and touches the metal circle to it and slides open. He goes just halfway through, not all the way through, kind of looks both ways and then turns around, comes out, and
Do we
starts
see
walking back
anything
this way.
beyond that door?
Go ahead, Rowan first, and then I'll come back to what.
That's
Right,
fine.
so he's going out the door,
only for halfway though, like only. about
and he
this much.
has the coin that opens the door with him where?
He tapped it on the door, so he taps it, door opens. He actually doesn't remove it yet. Goes in, looks halfway, comes out and takes the circle off, and then turns around. And it doesn't close immediately. As he starts to move away, after about roughly 7 to 8 seconds, it closes.
Yeah, so it was still in his hand while the door was still open.
Correct. No, he placed it. I'm sorry, I kept saying tap. He placed it so it literally stuck on the door.
Right, so I want to
stayed there
do
and
another
open.
thing while
Okay.
that's happening.
Okay, gotcha.
Does pushing someone out of a door count as an attack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nyeh.
Yeah, I think so. It would be that's
It's
yes.
a shove attack. So
It's a
yes.
shove, yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna do another sleight of hand thing.
Okay.
What do I have on my person?
As
You know
you're-
what? No, the solution to this problem, I'm gonna throw a coin at the gate. At the electrified gate.
Ooh, okay.
Which
Um,
electrified gate?
Remember.
The one that would the door of the gate that he would be facing when he walked outside.
Don't quite follow, because
All the doors
this
are closed.
this part here, remember, this is the outside of, to bring you to it.
All right, no, yeah, it's two doors. Right.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Right,
more of an
right.
airlock system. Yeah.
And even then, this was not electrified. This was electrified. The part that we were saying was electrified was this hydraulic thing, and this part was not electrified.
Right.
This part is.
Right. So I'm
So, yeah.
not. I'm not even looking at the gate because I can't even see it.
Right,
But
exactly.
this other door, I am going to sleight of hand another coin so that it hits the top of this other door here. So he'll see it essentially falling back down.
I see. Okay, so a couple things though. This door is closed. So you mean this door?
Oh, I was
'Cause-
hoping to do that before the door had closed.
No,
but
no.
yeah.
He didn't go to that door though. This is the door that he went to, the one up top here,
North end.
All right,
the
right.
north end. That's why I was
Yeah.
confused.
Aha.
That's the door.
Ah.
He's all the
Because
way
that's
up
where
there.
you threw the coin.
Yep.
You threw the coin over this way,
Right. Yeah. I'll just aim in that direction again then.
Okay. Show
I'm
me where.
aiming
Do
through
you
the-
want to do it like here-ish or?
I want to aim through the door this
Ooh,
time
wow.
so that you'll see it from the outside.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the throw.
But I'm gonna come a little bit closer to
I was
do
gonna
it.
say that's a hell of a throw. Okay.
I'm not God.
You just, I mean, it's impressive as, you know. Okay, so you're going to chuck it through there. That's not quite right on that arrow. That's 5, 10, 15, 20. That's about 30 feet. So you want to chuck it 30 feet through, basically, as the door opens.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, let me take a look at the map there.
30 feet's really not that far to throw a coin.
Mary's actually going to ask Rowan, what is your plan here?
Like, while I am being a fool, I will literally say, like most other plans that I execute, I tend to just not know what I'm doing half of the time for a couple of minutes until I figure out what the next solid move is. So, of value to this particular experiment is, 1, I was hoping to throw this guy out the door, and 2, we need to find out whether we can free either the hostages or the elementals from here before we leave, because whichever decision that we do make is going to make a lot of noise.
Right,
so we can find whoever is left while ruckus is still happening.
And you get one sentence in response, and that's it, because this is happening all at the same time, so you don't have time for a huge back and forth combo.
Okay, we need that disc just to get it from him without alerting his suspicion.
Fair enough.
Okay, so, but do you do that? Do you have this convo
That's pretty much as he's about
before he throws the second coin?
It's kind of as though, because
that's what I thought.
He's not
That's
kind of
fine.
comprehending like
So-
what is going on here. So that's
Right,
why
so
she
when
jumped
you
in here.
let me have you do a sleight of hand check. This is going to be a tougher one because you're trying to get it. You're trying not to hit him. You're trying to get it over his shoulder, basically, into the room beyond. By the way, I've shown just a little bit of the room that you can make out. You have no idea. It looks like it might be a small chamber. Maybe there's a barrel in there, but you can't really tell because there's a warforged standing in it. So go ahead and make a sleight of hand here, Rowan. This is going to be tough. You can still do this. This is not an advantage. It'll be a tougher DC, but let's see how you do.
Okay.
Yeah, toss
While
a
he's
coin
doing
to your warforged, right? Yep.
While he's doing that.
And I'm gonna bend luck.
Okay. And
Good
then I'll come
call.
back to what you're doing, Tanton, in a minute.
So I'm gonna add 1d4 to this.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe in you.
Uh,
Oh, wait,
Just
that's a
a-
one.
I don't think you can.
I
do
don't
that
think
on
you
a
can do that for
1d4.
this.
It's a
I
one-
can't. I thought I saw the one and I got excited.
I mean, you can still say you believe him.
Yeah, so
okay.
14.
So what happens is it doesn't go over his shoulder; it hits here. So basically, just bonks off the wall, and he like turns around, and there's this moment where everyone is staring because he's staring directly at you. And then he basically turns around again, and looks to see that another down and sees that there's another coin on the ground. And he picks it up, and now he's looking back and forth from here to the wall.
While this is happening, I guess I'm trying to get the coin off of his body then.
Okay, I'm going to have you do that check in a minute. Tanton, I want to come to you. I want to ask what Nisian and Merime are doing, and then after you get that coin or don't, we're going to jump up to Ilarion. So, Tanton, quick, what are you? I see you over the control panel. Is that what you're doing?
The second he walked away, Tanton moved over to start getting a much more detailed analysis of the thing.
So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I immediately, as soon as like this warforged picks up the second coin and starts looking around, I immediately got like a Mary grabbing the apple and looking up in the sky to figure out where it came from, sort of vibe. And anyway, so yeah, Tanton is getting to see if there's any mention of like the brig, any controls of what might be, furthering our purpose.
I got you. Yeah, none of that. Drew has redeemed one of the Arvanaut inspirations, so that means there's one remaining this month. That's great, Drew. That may be needed in just a minute for a certain wild card trying to get a certain circle from someone's certain belt.
Maybe.
Possibly. Tanton, so indeed, this control panel has these 4 main switches, and you can now see that they are marked from right to left, the red switches, front, starboard, aft, and port. And under each of them is this secondary switch in purple marked corner. And they're clearly somehow linked, like front corner, starboard corner, aft corner, port corner, right? And then the switch that you see, again, is that further switch, fence live, currently set to the on position, but there is an off position. And then there is that speaking cone mounted on top of the panel next to a whistle which is hanging from a chain. And that's all. This looks like it is the thing. Almost certainly. This has been, you can tell from the roughness of the design that this has obviously been installed later. This was not part of the original construction. This has got to be rigged to the perimeter wall in some way, Tanton. So that's what you know, but it doesn't control anything else from what you can tell.
Well,
As you
logical presumption is the corners are the ballista.
that
But anyway.
could very well be.
Yeah.
I have this image of you pressing all of them just to see what happens. Like, whoops.
Like that meme where the guy's pushing both soda things at the same time.
Yeah, like that. Why can't I? Okay. Okay, Nisiana and Merime, I want you to tell me what you folks are doing, and then we're going to see how Rowan does with this, and then we're going to head up to find out what's going on with
Then
Alaria.
we're going to roll initiative.
Mermaid's moving over here.
Okay.
I'm moving with Merime because Nisiana is so far out of her depth right now. She's fucking outer space. She
Bad idea.
And
just doesn't know what she's gonna do.
Yeah.
so after she instructed Rowan to get the disc, she then said, "Gonna give Bardic Inspiration. Good luck, and don't fuck it up."
Okay. Nisiana, are you going to do anything other than perhaps smile lightly at that?
God, is there anything I can do that is not an attack? I literally have to physically touch him to get things to work on my guidance. And I'm not there. In fact, I'm sticking close to my sister.
Maybe
I
a wait or see thing. You might not be able to.
would very quietly say a prayer to Eberron.
Night, Hilness.
Good night, Helms.
Rowan is doing his thing because I guess I am going to hold an action to attack the dude if Rowan fails and needs some help.
Okay.
Because at that point, all things are blown.
Yep. That would
But-
be, yeah.
But what if the dude abides?
God.
Indeed.
Well, if the dude
Indeed,
abides,
the dude abides.
and part of me kind of wishes the dude would abide because that would make things way easier.
It would be. Unless it's the guy from the Book of Boba Fett, like, I abide. That guy. Okay.
I have spoken.
I have spoken. Yeah,
My
that would
favorite
be.
character.
That's yeah, oh, God,
Great
that's true.
character.
Queel is so great. Yeah. Okay. So Rowan, you were going to do a. This is, I guess, also a sleight of hand check because you're basically pickpocketing him. This is not going to be easy. You're taking it off his person. However, I suspect there is an inspiration coming your way because I have a feeling Drew did that on purpose. But correct me if I'm wrong, Drew. If not, you can tell me if I'm incorrect about my assumption. But you tell me, Drew. Inspire Rowan. Okay, so that's not going to pop up because I didn't assign it to you because you just got it, but it's fine. So yes, you do have an inspiration, Rowan. So you can do this sleight of hand check at advantage.
And then you've got the Bardic Inspiration, which is a D8 if you need it.
Agreed.
Okay.
And your hero point, by the way. Oh no, you got to think. Are you
doesn't
lethal
have
spec or
it.
not?
doesn't
Oh
have
no,
a
he
hero
doesn't
point.
have a hero point. That's right.
Right. 19.
Okay.
Okay, so 19. Now, I haven't told you yet whether it succeeds. Are you going to add your Bardic Inspiration or not?
Because it doesn't last that long.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
and roll your
Good
D8.
lord. It is
I-
much.
I didn't want to meta, but I was mentally telling you
It's
to
like, do
take
it.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So 4. So
23.
23.
Right, 23.
Okay. So you reach up and there's a moment where the thing turns literally in your direction as it's kind of turning around. And Rowan, as it does so, it has its kind of weapon out, right? And it brings it forward and it's a shame that because you're invisible, no one will ever see this. Zips right underneath, right? As the spear, and in one smooth motion, slow-mo, take the thing off its belt. And he is still kind of looking around. Now, at some point, he'll probably notice that he doesn't have his key anymore. And there's a moment where he turns his head back, and you have this heart in chest moment of, wait, what if he wants to open the door again? Because the door has closed in the meantime. And he looks at the door, and then he turns back around with both coins that he's carrying, and starts moving back this way. So, holding this metal circle with Tantan at the control panel, Nisiana and Merime, we need to talk to Alarian. And I am aware of the time. I am taking that into account. Larian, I'm going to bring you to a very cool place. I promise.
Your doom!
Need to find a place of doom. I'm going to bring you to what is clearly a second deck, the middle deck, if you will, of this
Yay.
place. So,
Boy.
let's head over there for chat as well.
Do I need to drag over, or do you got me?
I will do that.
All right.
In a moment, just as soon as I can remember where I put you. I think I put you down here. Yep, I see it. Okay, copy. Oop. Okay, now I move over to here. The line must be drawn here.
Mm-hmm.
There we are. Haha. Okay.
People.
Right. So, you were brought up here, and this is what you see. Whoop. Never mind. You didn't see all that. No one saw
Didn't see
anything.
what-
There's too much.
The
Too much.
wheelbarrow in the corner is
It's too
vital.
much. Exactly. It's the wheel forged barrow guy.
What's it do with the wheelbarrow the albino had?
All right. Out here, you see, and perhaps you're glad that this is this deck and not the lower deck, because you do actually see some windows here
That's kind of a relief, yeah.
that are not downstairs, which might have been more of a problem. At this point, by the way, you pretty much have lost contact with your compatriots at this point, so you are kind of on your own. So
And you're just like, oh, thank God, silence.
Blessed quiet.
Okay, here. All right, this is not nearly as big a room as the one down below.
No. it's not.
As you can see. So you have been brought into this area. So this is, there are these wall-mounted, what look like kind of ever-bright lanterns, if you had to guess. You've heard of these before because they're available in Sharn as well. These things right here, probably magical in nature. But there are two of these right here, windows that as you kind of are sort of standing up, you can see some ambient light from the lights in the courtyard down below. Now, it's dark, of course, overall outside, so you're not getting a lot of light coming through there, but there are two obvious windows that are obviously here. They are going to bring you to, the guards bring you around to, sorry for moving you.
That's all right.
You are moved here. And they march you right around and then up these stairs.
The third floor, delightful.
Exactly.
This is still metal floors, right?
These are still metal floors, yes.
Okay.
Um,
Real quick, since
Sure.
we're walking, I'm looking at these side panels are doors. Is that correct? Like this one? all
that's
these
correct.
here?
And also I want to put one more guard here. Nope, not that one. Wrong person. I want a guard, not a defender. Right there. Okay. Yes, those are all doors, correct. And they look very much like the doors down below.
Right.
Although not double doors, but single ones.
One final question. This is just a railing around the stairs?
That is correct. Yep, that's right.
Okay. All right.
That's right.
Good.
Okay, and that brings us to here. Okay. And here we find ourselves on what you assume, and in fact hope, is the upper floor. And here, I'm going to bring this down like this, because you can see this is a very different looking room. In this room, you can see the following. He said, too much. He showed way too much. Although it's not that big a deal, because that is the corner of the place, so you'd probably be able to figure out what that was anyway.
You can see the following. That means it's definitely a cult. Only cults have followings like that.
You can see them following, exactly. Okay. There we go. So, here is what you see. This room has these ornate, brass framed floor-to-ceiling windows. So these windows up here are like, literally floor to ceiling of this room in these spots. And you can also see here, right here, that there is a map laid over an iron desk, and they are covered with markers of different colors. And almost certainly here, in fact, let me have you do a history check for me, Alarian, but it's not a difficult one.
You forget who you're talking to, but sure.
Never.
Although,
Wow.
you know.
And there we have it. Okay, I concealed that over
For
because
those of you listening at home, that was a natural 20.
that was a natural 20. Okay.
I think Larry's going to retire from the warrior cast and become a scholar.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Give me a second.
I know all.
Seriously. Okay.
Too much. Exactly, Prince Justin. Oh, the knowledge crashing down upon me. Anyways. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. It is. Yeah. Standing behind, looking at this map. And it is clearly a map of Seer.
Huh?
It is a map of Seer as
Seer.
it was. Seer, of course, is the place where you now are. Seer no longer exists. It was consumed in the morning. So what you're looking at right now is a land which no longer exists as such. But there are markers on it, Alarian.
Oh.
And they look like markers that are very similar to some that you might have seen. In fact, as you're looking down on it with that critical success, you can tell that some of the sites that you're looking at are ones that you might have been to. You think one area, for example, might be roughly where the Fireweave Bazaar would have been from the border of Seer, or some of the others. And perhaps most worryingly is a large red marker in the corner directly where Salvation, the outpost, is supposed to be. And behind this, you see this. Oh, hold on a second. You see someone's daughter say goodnight?
Who brings their daughter on a ship like this?
Exactly. Okay. You can see a very impressive looking Warforged who is standing behind, looking down at it. He is tall and imposing. His armor, you can see, is heavily scarred and dented. There have obviously been several repair jobs on this thing. And he has got, from the top of his shoulder pads are these large, what you first think are spikes, but then realize are essentially daggers, knives, and like little blades that have been inserted into these things, and then either welded to them somehow or driven through the underside of them somehow by sheer force. It reminds you somewhat, Alarian, of what you saw on the perimeter wall outside, in fact. And as you are looking at him, he's staring down balefully at the map, and the guards come up, and one of the guards says, "Captain, we have brought him. This wishes to join you and the Lord of Blades." And slowly, his eyes come up from the map, and he stares at you, Alarian, and he says, "You wish to join the Lord of Blades. Will the Lord of Blades wish for you to join him? We will see." And that's where we will bring our session to a close.
Of course.
Of course.
Cool. Fun.
Oh my God, so good.
Damn
All
it.
of it was so good. So good. Everything. Absolutely loved all of this so much. I loved all the sleight of hand stuff. I loved all of the planning. I loved Nisia being like, "This is a terrible idea." I love Tantin's. I love Tantin's like assessment of the control panel while it's going on. I love Valerian being up there and talking to the guy with the thing with the stuff. Absolute gold. And then on top of all of it, we had a hype train in the middle of it. It was amazing. That was super awesome.
A little one. Yeah.
The best bad idea we've had from the glory that is Eberron. I love that so much. Great work, everybody. This was really, really a wonderfully enjoyable session, and I'm really looking
For
forward
you.
to. No, honestly, it's so great to watch you all
No,
working
I
through it.
kid.
I mean, because
yeah.
I really, and I love the visuals. Both Tantin and Rowan just ducking out before the dogs come in there, like figuring out like, oh crap, we can't bring Spanner. Rowan being like, wait, I can't do this thing because that's going to break the thing. Well, then I'm going to use my own abilities. The thing with the coin where you're like, crap, that's not what I wanted to, Oh man, it was just absolutely golden. Absolutely love this, and it sets up for a beautiful next session where you're going to be like, well, what the hell are we going to do? It's going to be great. I loved every bit of it. I'm going to start with the person on the far right of the screen who has now been officially completely added and is part of the mix, and that, of course, is Rowan, who was living up to the wild card name today through the actions. We didn't get wild magic, but we got a hell of a lot of the other skills with the sleight of hand. And I loved you working through this, Brandon, as yourself as a player, also as Rowan, because it's, obviously Rowan is not a fool. This stuff makes sense in a way, but it's also, it's one of those like, why are you doing this? You're like, and then you're like, because of this, you're like, yeah, okay, but like it's this sort of reckless intelligence, I think I would describe it as, that I like, and I really love that. And of course, one of the things is the decisions that Rowan had to make about, do we save the prisoners first? If we do that, they're motivated to leave. If you save the prisoners by shutting off the power, you can't get out because the doors are closed. And you can't get So all of that back and forth was awesome, and it was cool seeing Rowan have to work through those things. Probably thinking in the middle of this, like, I couldn't tell, Brendan, if you felt Rowan is like totally in his element, like, once again, I am right close to the fire, or if you were like, why did I sign up with these people? Like, so maybe it was a mix. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
When Jen had joked earlier that this is Plan F, I remembered that like wonderful joke from the absolutely brilliant TV show Leverage about Plan M.
Oh, yeah.
And then it dawned on me that I'm the darkest person in this crew, so technically I'm Hardison. So if we had a Plan M, it isn't going well for me in particular.
Well, I mean, let's be clear. Hardison is badass. Like, I mean, we can all agree to that, right? Like, I mean,
so like the thing about Rowan for me is there are a lot of things about Rowan I still don't know, even as the player. But the thing that I do know about Rowan is he is a con man at his very core, and I do think that you are right in that when the situation is at its most tense, when the stakes are high, that is the moment when Rowan truly activates. Because at the end of the day, you still need to make a decision to get out of this con, and part of that means coming to terms with the fact that if something goes wrong, somebody's gonna want to break your fingers, and you will still have to keep going on with the plan, even if they do break your fingers. So like, when Rowan says that I've been beaten to death before, he means it. And he's already fully leaning into the possibility that this will go poorly. And at this moment, the only thing that gives him pause is if we do rescue anybody, it'll go poorly for them as well, which is not ideal.
Right.
At the end of the day, we still need to rescue as many people as possible. So like, Rowan is fully invested in this at this point in making decisions and moving the plan forward instead of constantly asking more questions. So expect more of that chaos. We're going to have to open a cage at some point. And if somebody asks me another question, I'm going to answer the question by opening a cage. So yeah, that's me. Again, Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. I do a lot of things. One of those things is I'm writing the RPG for the Grey Shade trilogy.
So good.
Very slowly and patiently, but it does in fact exist. I assure you it exists. And if you want to find out more about that, you should check out Grey Shade, because the books are also very cool. I'm also doing a lot of other things, especially on this channel. next week Friday is yet another session of Court of Blades Valorwood.
Is that
for
Brandon? Is that the
Speculate.
New Jersey Webfest early selection winning Court of Blades Valorwood that you're referring
Yes, yes, it happens to be, in fact, the New Jersey Web Fest early selection.
Really?
Court of Blades Valorwood.
Okay,
Which is
good to
very,
know.
very cool, and you should definitely check that out. A thing that
Derailed him.
a thing that I do on the other podcast that I'm a co-host of, the Skiffy and Fanty Show, which if you missed last night, the VOD does not exist, and you will only ever get to experience that as a podcast when it is edited. But now,
okay.
the Skiffy and Fanty Show has this new SFF news show called The Clacks. It's quite a lot of fun. It's just me and Sean Duke and Prince Justin and Triffity Mats having a long talk about how weird and hostile sometimes SFF fandom can be, but it's a lot of fun and very informative and very thoughtful. So if you ever want to hear us geek out live, you should check out the schedule for the Skiffy and Fanty Show's Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Skiffy and Fanty. And yeah, you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. I have a newsletter called Brandon at the URL brandonO'Brien.xyz. And I have a Patreon, so if you want to help me live as well, that would be very nice, because February kind of kicked my butt and I kind of need to live. So patreon.com/The Rising Tides. Please help me live.
Good stuff. Yeah, very excited about all of the other things mentioned by Brandon, not just his play on this show, but also all the other awesome things. So, yes, definitely do support Brandon. Is well worth it. Very good person and amazing poet, writer, game designer, etc., role player, and so forth. So really, really good stuff. Thank you, Brandon. Again, and I love the idea. If Rowan was fully in his element during this, Nisiana, as stated by the player, was fully out of her element in this. So Nisiana was just like, what the are we doing? Like, I kept thinking, Jen, about the meme of the guy with the kids in the hall guy, I think, with the crazy blonde hair, being like, what the like that guy, because it just felt like every step of the way you were like, I knew this was going to be bad, and it's bad. I still can't think of a way it would be better, except that, like, if we didn't have to do any of this, but it was just, so there was so much of that that was going on in the process of this. And you know, I mean, Nisiana, I imagine, is also thinking about, like, how do I heal anyone when I can't get close to anybody? What happens when this all falls apart and we're all split with a bunch of Warforged that are hostile to us? Like, this all sucks. How do we save people? But we can't. We're inside a fortress. Like, even when you accomplish what you wanted to accomplish, which was getting inside the fortress, you're like, crap, now we're in the fortress. Like, every part of it was just, so I really loved, I know part of that's player reacting as well, but I love the idea that the character of Nisiana was just like, this is just God almighty.
This is bad.
This is bad.
This is bad news on burnt toast.
This is bad news bears for sure. How did you feel, other than this is bad, about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
She's really impressed with Rowan, and as soon as we're not in crisis mode, he is going to explain the I have been beaten to death before to her. He has said that to her now 3 times. And she will hear the story, so she understands him better. But he has proven himself. So at this point, he is part of the crew. She will trust him, as far as she trusts anybody beyond her sister, because she trusts her sister implicitly. She is mildly concerned about Mia Tanton, because she knows there's going to be a conversation soon, but probably not here. Maybe
walk over to the compel panel. So
maybe we'll see. And I hate splitting the party so much. I'm in and out of character. I'm so worried for Ilarion right now. I'm like, no, why are we doing this? I think that we did pretty well by Marie, though I think we've been playing her kind of conservatively, honestly. But
Agreed.
You know what? It's better that we be conservative with Marie's character when she's here, and when she's here, she can be her normal self. I'm just going to say that she understands. She is feeling that my character's reticence to do any of this crazy ass go into the giant steel can, electrified steel can.
Electrified, yeah.
Oh, I can't believe we've done this. Otherwise, I'm having a great time.
Best bad
idea. Outside of playing Nisiana Di Gerasco, I am an author, editor, and media tie-in writer. I've recently had a Shadowrun novel, a Shadowrun novella, and a fivefold universe novella come out. Elfin Black, Unrepairable, and Trumel's Light. All of which are getting pretty good reviews, which I'm very happy. I have just found out my next anthology, The Reinvented Detective, co-edited with Kat Ramba, who's from Esper Genesis, will be coming out in November.
Oh, very cool. You know what, Jen? I forgot to tell you that I saw Reinvented Heart at a bookstore. I forgot to take a picture of it. I was with my son in Mystic, Connecticut, and there's a pretty well-known independent bookstore there that I can't remember now. The name of it, but
it's not that well known.
I've only it's the first time I'd ever been inside it myself. I went to Mystic Pizza. Most of you will know from the movie Mystic Pizzas, and oh my God, the entire inside of the restaurant, they literally play that movie on loop inside the restaurant. So I was like, good grief. Pizza was pretty good. Anyway, but right next to it is that bookstore, and I went in and I just went, as I always do, to the fantasy section, and I was like, oh wow, and there it was, like, you know, edited by Jennifer Rosen, Kat Rambo, Reinvented Heart, and so I show my son who's 6, and he's like, Daddy, can I look at that? He's like, I had no interest. I'm like, right. I'm like, well, I care, okay? Even if you don't.
I wish you had gotten a picture, but you know
I know,
what?
I'm so
That's
sorry.
okay.
I didn't even think about it until I was driving home. I'm like, oh my God, I should have taken a picture. So anyway, but it was there. So yeah.
I appreciate that. And you know what? Those of you who are nominating for the Hugo, Kat Rambo and I are going as a joint for the short form Hugo nom if we can. So if you'd like to consider us, I have plenty of stuff online for you to consider that I have edited.
Amen. Nominate all those who are responsible for Hugo stuff.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, if you like if you go to any of the World Cons, if you like work, say nice things to your editors, say nice things to your authors, say nice things to your voice actors, because we all, you know, we're going through some stuff. So we always appreciate when we get good news. I've seen your book. I enjoyed your book. I enjoyed your rendition.
Yes.
Like, I cannot wait until Tren is doing my work, which soon.
I've already had that feeling, and it was great. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I am enjoying this, but oh my gosh.
There was a bit of tension. Tense. There was a bit of tension. I absolutely agree, but always a pleasure, Jen. Chat, sorry, I know that I was confused. It was confusing because I switched from the map one to the larger cams one, so it seems like we're out of order. So I will slide back down to the right to John and talk about Alarian, and then we'll finish with Tren and Tantan. John, again, Alarian is going to be up against it for this. I mean, it made sense based on all the, in quotes, bad plans you all had. Like, what are you going to do, a frontal assault on a fortress? Like, this was the thing that made the most sense, unless you were going to wait and observe. I mean, there were many ways to do it, but doing it this way, since you have a, you know, it's actually interesting to me because, of course, you didn't know how this was going to go. You just knew you were doing this for Eberron. So, you know, Tren making someone who's got this close connection to House Cannith works beautifully for this because this is, in fact, made by House Cannith, or at least originally it was. And then Alarian, you being a Starforged, works beautifully here because of the potential Warforged connection that may make you of interest enough to them that at least you get to see the head honcho of this place, and we'll see obviously what happens from there, but there's a lot I think that's riding, of course, on what happens, because this is a very dangerous spot, you know, leaving everything else aside. If this cover gets blown and you've got 2 defenders, 2 Warforged, plus the bad guy, like the main bad guy, or at least one of the main bad guys for this fortress here, and your party out of contact with you 2 floors below this, like, it's going to be rough. So it'll be interesting to see how far Alarian is able to push this deception and what information can be gathered or not from someone who's already proven their cruelty in the way they behave. With all that cheery thought, how did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, at the end of last session, I thought we were pretty deep into it, but no, we just kept wading further in. Yeah, and honestly, like when Illyrian threw out the possible, can we make a distraction thing to draw at least some of them off? Like, well, but time is of the essence is half the problem. And we could have observed, but I don't think they probably would have sent out some patrols. That wouldn't have helped us either. And the fact is, if the captives are here, we don't know what's being done to them or what they're being forced to do, and et cetera, et cetera. So it was, because of the particular advantages, slight though they were, that we had, it did make the most sense. And it accomplished the first part, which is it got us into this place. Where it goes from there is very interesting, but I thought it was very interesting the role playing that Ilarion and Mia Tanton were doing beforehand. Ilarion said, when Mia Tanton was playing the bad guy, I have information about the Oracle of War, which is Ilarion's trump card. Because that term should get immediate attention. Now, they don't want to pull it out unless they have to, but things are going sideways, they're damn sure going to pull it out because that should garner something. Luckily, I have 2 weeks to figure out exactly what I'm going to tell them if it should pop up next week. But the obvious thing is to take it far, far away and say the party moved it to, I got to look at the map of Eberron at some point, and say they went to the Lake of the Damned or something that's like as far away from salvation as possible.
Well, speaking of that, the map of Seer in front of you is not a good sign either. I mean, the fact that
no. Believe me, they absolutely noticed that. Like, well, I mean, borders can be technically redrawn, but that's and the markers, yes, the whole thing is a whole crap load of trouble, which they have taken notice of, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But now I got to talk to Captain. I think it was Captain, whatever his name was.
Captain Reeve.
Captain
Reeve, and make sure I stay alive long enough and don't have my head scooped out or anything either. It's going to be an interesting conversation next time for sure. And yes, and they of course are concerned about the party downstairs, and they would be more concerned if they knew the shenanigans that Roman was getting up to.
Yeah, they have no idea how much they should worry.
No, yeah, exactly. Now on the second hand, I'm going to say, so we're going to switch a little bit to Mermaid because I was playing Mermaid this time. And yes, I tend to err very conservatively. I'm not going to put another person's character into a risky situation because I don't know what decision they would make. I think it made pretty true to her character. Like, for example, because she knows time is ticking, clock is ticking on the invisibility. Is why she kind of shoved Rowan to like, focus, dude. This kind of thing, which was funny because he's doing this thing, and she's like, what the hell is he doing? And she kind of reached out to him and said, we need that distance, chop, which was terrific that he took the hint.
The thing about the invisibility, once Nisiana's visible, she can't go invisible again.
Yeah.
She hasn't told anybody that yet.
Oh,
right.
Right.
So you're very right to be concerned.
Yeah, well, she's concerned anyways. I mean, she can cast a spell 2 more times, but then she can only hit 3 people again. So I played her as I thought, as close to how Marie would do it. And, it is what it was. And I think, I certainly didn't try, unlike the elemental thing, rushing in there, or the living spells thing and nearly getting our asses kicked together. Yay. But this one, it was more of a stealth thing anyways. And yes, going through the center, I firmly believe is exactly what she would have done. Going right down the middle of them because it was the only avenue she had open. So, yeah. And that was fun. By the way, Arv, I meant to tell you, I still have my gray effect happening because I get the 1d4 plus 5 hit points at the beginning of each hour until a long rest.
Right.
So I added 6 points back. Yeah, temporary. They're temporary. But I rolled a d4 and I got a 1 plus 5. It's got a 6. So,
okay, so 6.
If you want to rebalance that and take that off when I knocked on the door and took the damage, we can do that, or I can just leave the 6 there and we're good to go.
That's a good point. Yeah. I guess so. Would you then put? So then that would have been because you took 10, right? So
yeah. So my armor would be at 15.
Yep.
And I would be at 61. I think I'd rather do that myself.
That's fine.
That's fine. I would have burned those off. Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, that's no problem.
And if I could sit here for another hour, I'll get 1d4 plus 5.
Yeah, sure. Right, because this is very restful. I can.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I'm calm, cool, and collected. But and I'm glad we are. I think we are playing again this month, which is very exciting.
Yeah, we are.
Hence a couple weeks to wait, but yeah, it's going to be interesting.
It is a worthy opening to season 3. Worthy opening.
I'm glad you think so. Yes, I'm John Helpers. I exec edit at Catalyst Game Labs, which does BattleTech, Shadowrun, Leviathans, and some other things soon, hopefully, that I can't talk about. I work with pretty much everyone in this stream in some way and sundry. and some people outside of the stream in chat as well. So it's been a lot of fun, and this is one of the highlights of my month. Always enjoyed doing this. So even when I'm stressed out and worried we're all going to die, it's still fun. So
it's a fun kind of we're all going to die.
Yes, it's a fun kind of stress. Exactly.
It's a fun kind of
so it's always a good time regardless.
And okay, hold on, just respond to something. Cool. Oh, wait, what? I can't do. Okay, never mind. I have an access thing missing of someone I was talking to. Message received. Drew.
Person.
Messages. No, it's okay. Drew sent me a. It's nothing like ominous. It's just about.
They're just nuclear launch codes.
Just like you realize it, yeah. But anyway, no, good stuff today, John. And yes, I am excited to see how Larian manages things next time, and we will have Marie back with us, so we can see how conservatively or not. This image of Marie being like, "Wait, that's where I am. I run straight for the doors. Like it's like I just run directly to the doors." We will see what happens with Marie. But speaking of Marie, Marie is feeling better and will be back to us in a couple of weeks, and will be back playing with us. So she is on the mend, and that's great because we're looking forward to having her back. But in the meantime, good work in not getting her killed so far, John. Her character killed.
Just down to 3 hit points, but no, that's not getting killed.
Did not get killed. Just
I want to think I get credit for that. Absolutely.
Pulled out of the dive right there. Last but certainly not least, of course, Tren Sparks. Tren, good work today as well from Tanton. Again, I've loved the idea that, Tanton, knowing this as well as he does, is able to see some of the differences, and the not so much the differences. And I'm interested to see, first of all, I'm sure Tanton's intellectually interested in all of that. But also, this has got to be stirring up some stuff for Tanton in terms of, like, what the impact and implications of all this are going to be based on how many other things have been modified by House Cannith or whatever that are things that Tanton would know about. That's interesting. The fact that you got the curveball of Spanner not being able to come with you was interesting too, because this is, I think, the second or third time something like that has happened. And I will point out to chat, never because of anything specific that I did. This is all like a part of a plan that everyone arranged. It's like, well, I can, the fox and the goose thing trying to get across the river. You're like, I can make this one invisible, but not that one. And so you had to figure it all out in the way that you did. And so this visual, there were so many great visuals that I was raving about in the middle of the channel, the middle of the stream, where one of the great visuals was, you walk through, you duck out of the way as the two dogs come, Alarian, Nisiana, and Marame walking straight through as they're staring. It's just great. But the other great visual is you doing this while Spanner is just lying in the bush kind of waiting, and the wind elemental is nearby. I was just like, this freaking great. Like, it's such a cool visual. And I love that image of that's provided for Spanner. But as far as Tanton is concerned, so you know about the control panel now, and you've got some of that, but Tanton has got a lot to think about in terms of, because they're going to need Tanton to figure this all out mechanically. How do I release these things? Can I even do that? What about the power? So Tanton is both in his element, but also there's a lot of pressure on Tanton to figure out what to do with this damn thing, with this whole fortress. So it was fun to watch you processing that. I'm curious to see how you do that in 2 weeks. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Like with everybody else, it was incredibly fun. I think for me the most stressful part was as soon as Brandon mentioned trying to pickpocket this thing up. All I could imagine, because it was the second he said, so it's magnetically attached, I immediately imagined him trying to pickpocket with his metal hand. Speak! Just going, and I was like, no, don't do that. But unfortunately, pulled it off the wall. I was just like, which hand are you using? No, shut up, don't say anything. Oh my God.
Yes, I assumed that was not going to be the one.
I'm glad you thought about that. I was really going to use the metal arm. I'm sorry. That part didn't occur to me. So right. Yeah, it would have been hilarious.
Because when first spawned it, you were like, I'm going to take a silver coin, and I thought you were going to, I was like, that's not magnetic, because what I thought you were going to do first was hurl it to him, at him, and see if it would stick. I'm like, it's not a ferrous metal, you can't do that. And I was like, no, wait, maybe that's not what he's doing. So I'm like, just be quiet, let's watch, see what happens. And then I'm like, wait a minute, is his arm made of, and so it's just the logical progression that it went.
That's right. And fair, the Warforged is not a lodestone, to be clear. Like the metal may be more magnetic than the Warforged, but regardless, it did occur to me at one point that it'd be sort of, but I was like, I don't think that's what he'd be actually. I have to assume Rowan is an expert enough in this to not do stuff like that. I would think.
One would hope.
One would hope.
Rowan is an idiot. Please don't make those assumptions.
Okay, going
that's
forward,
why they're assumptions.
All right. Okay. In the future.
Yeah, the idea of Plan M was also something that went through my head because A, I love leverage, and B, just Aldous Hodge. um, anyway, he and Winston Duke. Oh, good. Anyway, I'm thinking about something else. Right. So I've got many plans, many plates spinning in my head about, okay, so what happens if this? Okay, I could do this and this and this, right? What about that? Okay, fine, I could do this and this. And you started describing Captain Reeve, and I just immediately imagined Ilarion going, well, there's your problem. I got a guy who can fix that, So you got all these problems with your armor. I got a guy downstairs who, no, he's not downstairs. He's,
You know what I thought about for Reeve is Reeve basically is the Warforged version of the Kurgan, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, that of course you are, like that kind of guy, like, which I just happened to. I saw like I saw the scene. It was on YouTube for some reason in Highlander when he comes into the church. And he's talking to
the nuns.
Oh God, it's Chauncey.
Happy Halloween, ladies.
Yeah, exactly. It's Chauncey. What's
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown. Clancy Brown is so brilliant in that role. Just
everything.
Like, he almost took my head. Like even the hoarse voice because of the man, so good.
And he's Mr. Krabs in SpongeBob. I mean,
right. He's good. He's good in everything. He was the best part of Detroit Become Human too. The game.
He was great in Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
He was fantastic in Earth 2.
Who was he in Starship Troopers?
He was the drill sergeant Zim.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right.
He's so good. I love him.
Yeah, he's good in everything.
He does.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent.
No, that's fine. That's fine. There was, I'm sure there was another thing. Yeah. It must not have been that important. But yeah, just fantastic. Where will people see me next? Probably here. Though I think not on this show. It'll be on a Tuesday.
I think Shire Adventures is going to. I think we'll have one session before the next of these. I think because it's 2 weeks back to back, but it's a little later in the month for Shire Adventures. So, but yes, where you'll be playing someone very different from.
Very different, yeah.
Very different.
You'll be playing a human guy. Well, I mean, not that Tanton isn't human. He is. But his name is Titch, and he's a guard from Bree in the Shire. Well, near the Shire. Is it in the Shire?
Bree is technically right outside.
Yeah.
So he's a man of Bree, and you will, and yeah, he's precious. I really like that character too.
I really need to resolve that bear hunting thing, because that chick's gonna get old if I don't. Yeah.
That's true. Titch is the polar opposite of all of Trent's characters. Yeah, there's something about that. Yeah, the 14th and 21st. That's right. So yes, because we're meeting next.
Oh, like you know, Trevor.
We are meeting here next in 2 weeks for the 18th, and then the 14th is Shire Adventures. So 14th Shire Adventures, 18th this, and then the 21st is the next Shire Adventures. So you'll get a lot of Trend during that time. And anything you want to mention quickly about just next audio out from you, Trend? Check out that podcast, everybody.
The Valhalla Club, the latest issue of that, which is available on, I think, every podcast thing. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple Podcasts. It's apparently everywhere that podcasts are podcoast. I think that's
wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah. Aside from that, whenever Hour of the Wolf comes out, it's got to have mine Lisa's parts interleaved, and then or Loven, whatever the past tense of that is, and then it's got to go up and run the gauntlet through Audible's qualification things and stuff. And I'm sure somebody's going to be like, "Hey, Trent, you missed this entire half of a chapter because you thought it was Lisa's part," and so I have to go back and anyway, yeah, it's great.
It's when someone loves their work. No,
well, I mean, it's really different from because normally I do the whole thing, right? And so now that Lisa and I have to split it,
yes,
and
I know this feeling very well because I've been dealing with that myself at the moment.
Yeah.
As we speak,
Well, just think of being the author who has to listen to the whole thing while reading the book at the same time to make sure.
You don't have to.
Yeah, of course we do. Very rarely do the audio people get it wrong, but sometimes something happens, and so you have to, as the author, listen, because then you
And-
have something to give props to. Because honestly,
That's
true.
what the thing was. It was the scene in the church with the Kurgan,
Right.
and
Mhm.
it was the point where they're like Connor stands up and it's like, and the Kurgan grabs him and it's like holy ground. Remember what Ramirez, and I'm like, who made these rules?
Yeah.
You know, and it's something that's always, I'm like, okay. And even when the sequels came out, I'm like, wait. Who made these rules? Who set this game up? Where did it, what the hell?
Yep.
Anyway, sorry. It was just,
No, absolutely. I
We-
mean, exactly. It's one of the great aspects of that first movie is that they don't need to give you that information because it's sort of out of frame. Right?
there's only
But it's-
one movie.
Yeah.
Thank
There
you.
really is. It's so good.
Thank
that
you.
first movie too.
when,
Anyway,
when we did a Highlander tabletop RPG way back, and I was
Yes.
playing
Which was
playing-
great.
I love
Oh my
Highlander
God,
it was
so
great.
much.
so much fun because my character was basically from like before there were countries. He was like way back
Yep.
when everybody lived in grass huts and shit. He was from the Trapani something thing. It's like from near Moldova and everything, and he basically was on top of a mountain north of Georgia, the country, not the state, and he got caught in an avalanche and it locked into ice around him, and he asphyxiated over and over and over and over and over again for about 6,000 years.
Ugh.
And so he was crazy when he came out, and he was just ooh.
Yeah. It was a great one. And that's Brandon and Mike and I have talked about on there may or may not be a single person, which I've already talked to Trent about, regarding the world of Beowulf, that has a similar duet system to Highlander, and I am very pumped up for that.
For once, I thought you were going to say you were going to do a Highlander RPG one shot, and I was like,
Oh yeah, but that was so that whole thing was very inspiring to me about doing the duet stuff, and being able to start every session of Beowulf with "Listen," which is the way you begin Beowulf.
Hey!
That's gonna be awesome.
Hey,
Hey, no, not that. Listen.
I
Anyway.
mean, you could open every session of Beowulf the way that Maria Davana Headley does
Bro!
in the Beowulf. Yeah,
It's true. Or bro, or what, which is another one. I just be like, somebody said that they could do that, but then it sounds like Lil Jon is opening up Beowulf. What? Okay. Which is just not what you want for Beowulf. Anyway, I am going to let these wonderful people go, and I am very excited to have them back in a couple weeks. I will see them in various places doing various things before that, in many cases, but for those of you I won't, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew, which will be joined by Marie in a couple of weeks. Thank you to Trent Sparks. Thank you to Brandon O'Brien, to Jennifer Brozek, and to John Helfers. Great work, everybody. I will see you folks soon. Bye for now.
Until next time.
All right. And that is Lil Jon opening Beowulf. Thanks for that image. What? Okay. What we need is no, we don't need that. We need the what? Bro. Okay. We need the full business. Oh man. Man, I think we all agree that what we have not yet seen is the Crunk translation of Beowulf, and until we get that, we're missing out. This was great, everybody. I really had a blast. Because it has some of it, the only thing it didn't have was a little bit of combat. We had a lot of combat last session. As you know, there's always a mix of these things. But I love role-playing, and I love the stealth infiltration, the intrigue. I love the fact that they're operating. Remember, this is a level 8 elite group that has successfully navigated a lot of obstacles in this campaign. And they're up against something now where they are really being pushed to the limit, and they're having to rely on people like Rowan, who they don't have a lot of knowledge of before. But Rowan's abilities here really come into play, meshing with the rest of their abilities. And all of them had to use those abilities in some capacity, including, in the case of Valerian, his kind of innate Starforgedness. Bro Wolf, exactly. Bro Wolf. Listen, I don't have to do that. If you just read Beowulf, it pretty much is Bro Wolf all the time anyway. Great poem though. So it's really fun for me to watch that play out. And that's why when everyone's just like, Arv's way too happy, I'm like, yes, because the images are so great. The visual images they're just again, the image of them staring at each other while these invisible characters walk between these heavily armed and clearly hostile forces is just gold. Absolutely gold. It would sell them about 1,000,000 copies. Yeah. Well, listen, 1,000,000 copies, then I'll put out the art, right? Then that would be the key after that. So I loved it. And then on top of that, for us to be in the middle of that and for you all to go silly and decide that you're going to be like, all right, well, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to give a hype train, a level 6 hype train, which is a record for us, bringing us up now to 73 out of 90 subs. They have different goals that are set down there. We're also at 6590 out of 6,700 followers, which is really cool too. So that was great, and that was just a icing on the cake. It was really, really great. And I really enjoyed getting to see the players do their thing and to see chat so involved. So it was awesome. And if you like what you saw and heard, let me remind you of two things. Number one, we will be back on Monday night with Bag of Giving doing some mutants and masterminds to benefit charity. So you should definitely be here for that. And then Tuesday, we have the Fighting Fantasy Game Book illustration stream with Tari Toons illustrating the new book Midnight Rogue. And also the amazing Talisman Adventures over on the GOG Comms Twitch channel that afternoon. So you'll get to see more of the Pegasus Spiele sponsored Talisman Adventures with that group. So a lot of cool stuff coming up over the next few days. And we also, of course, had our announcement today. Carlos Hernandez, CSE Cooney, Robert James, and Zach Clay as your 4 professional players for the Klein event, which will be happening May 25th, 6 p.m. Eastern to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation as we kick off ArvCon 2023. The final player is a high school student who wins the essay contest. We don't know what that is yet, but we will soon. So that's what's going on with that. So all of that is going to be awesome over the next few weeks. That is going to do it for me, though. So if you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Please subscribe to me over there. Thank you for all those who have subscribed of late. The numbers there have been going up, so please join. It's free to do so, and it will get you all of this access to previous video work, including previous broadcasts of this channel. !ArvCord is the Discord channel. Please join us over there. That's always hopping. And, of course, !Arv Tweets is my Twitter. Until that place collapses, until it implodes. In the meantime, I can still be found over there, and following me over there is very useful because I also will always post when I'm going live or various things happening in my life with occasional, things of my kids and all that kind of stuff. So there's that too. And, of course, the website for all of this is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !ArvTreon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 20 patrons, $2.16 per month, thanks to another person who jumped back on board at the $25 level. Very happy to see that number there and to continue to move up. The more support that we get over there, the more we can do other stuff for the channel. So I'd love to see that number continue to rise. Thank you for all those who have supported me over the years and have supported my writing and that channel, Patreon, because you can get good stuff for yourself and the channel. Also, !Arv Shop. If you would like to see that shirt that is going to be made at some point, that Triffid and I are working on this shop to make a group shot with the logo up top, my logo up top, and then the Infinity and Beyond Eberron Oracle of War, and then on the back, the best bad idea we've had. You're definitely going to want to be ready for when that shop is designed. It is under construction. We hope to have that ready to go and be in better shape by the end of March leading into April, and that's our hope. So definitely check back for that because we're going to have more stuff happening with that over time. And so, yeah. And then on the, of course, subscribing to the channel, as so many of you were kind enough to do. Thank you to everyone for all of your generosity today. Wayman Wolf with like 10 gift subs at least. Rudinol threw in a few more in addition to all the ones he's already thrown in. Prince Justin threw in one. We had people who just got a gift sub yesterday give a gift sub today. I love to see that because that's just so cool that it's immediately passing on. I feel like that's very much in the spirit of this community. So thank you for all who did that. And we got a level 6 hype train out of that and a lot more subs. So thank you. I really appreciate that. And I hope you will enjoy those awesome emotes. Use them far and wide across Twitch and so on. And also there's inspirations to help inspire the players, as Drew was able to do today with that Arvanaut inspiration. So yes, on the publishing side, !Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts, exclamation point library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, from which we will be playing Night at the Forbidden Library for that aforementioned kickoff event at the Klein. And last but certainly not least, exclamation point Greyshade, which is my novel that came out last year from Athos Arts that Tren was kind enough to show you and Brandon was kind enough to talk about as well. So thank you to those folks. Very happy that Greyshade has been well received. I'm very proud of that book and proud as well of the sequel, Renegade, which is coming out later this year. Heretic, the conclusion to the Grey Assassin trilogy, coming out next year. And very excited as well about the tabletop role-playing game being designed by Brandon O'Brien that will be out later this year. And the audiobook from Tren Sparks, which will also be out later this year and which has made serious, significant progress. Very happy about all of that. So you can get all of that by checking out the exclamation point Greyshade link. As always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. This is our chance to help them and also send the message that we will do that with other folks who are in similar situations in the future. Last, again, exclamation point Klein, Klein, to get those tickets. Again, you can do this even if you can't be there in person in Southern Connecticut, in Bridgeport, Connecticut at the Klein Memorial Auditorium for that May 25th event. You can still get, for a $5 ticket, you can still check out online the live stream of that event, and that's going to be pretty cool too. So definitely make sure that you're checking out those things. Otherwise, though, I think that is going to be it for me as I quickly take a look and see what we've got. Yeah, I do actually have someone that I'm going to raid, although I saw there was another option as well, but I think with all apologies to Drew, I have someone else that I'm going to raid that it's been a couple of weeks since I've raided, so I want to give them a pop if I can. But thank you for letting me know about the other one, and I will definitely do that in a future again. I have done before and will do again in the future. If you like what you saw and heard, please make sure as well to support all the people on this channel. Thank you to my wonderful mods, to Arudinel Dragonspear, Drew the Damager, Prince Justin, the Rising Tides, Triffany Mats, and Coven of Lenara. Good to see all of you folks. Also, make sure to check out the Skiffy and Fanty podcast, which Triffid, Prince Justin, Sean Duke, and Brandon are involved with. And please as well, make sure to check out Drew, who streams on Wednesdays and Sundays, because you'll definitely check him out tomorrow for more Chained Echoes, I believe, which Drew is still playing. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers and Patreon supporters, Arudinel Dragonspear, Drew, Prince Justin, Rising Tides, Triffid, Coven, Radio Johnny Panda, Trendane, Wayman Wolf, and thank you so much to my viewers. Thank you to AOK, to Amalora, to Captain's Crew, to Gon Eden. Thank you to Just Call Me Jury, to Kayla. Thank you to Nonstop. Thank you to Startup Tim, to Unabjure. Thank you to Whiskey Jacks. Thank you to Yes, I'm the Guy. Thank you to all of those lovely folks. And last but certainly not least, thank you especially to my players. We'll have Marie Bilodeau back in a couple of weeks. Continue to be on the mend, Marie. And thank you to the folks who were there tonight, Tren Sparks, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and of course, John Helfers. Thank you to the Infinity and Beyond crew. That's it for me. Raid time, sorry. Very simple how we do a raid. Raid is like this. If you are not a sub, you do this. Twitch raid. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed. Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, all the Arvanys that you want to throw in. When you are brought over automatically to the person that we are going to raid after the video that you're about to watch concludes. Thank you as well to Peripheral Mike for this updated video, which is awesome. That's it for me. Thanks, everyone. See you on Monday night for Bag of Giving. And until then, 2 weeks from now, more Eberron Oracle of War. Until all of that, everyone, please be good to each other. Have a good night.
Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl, and despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.